Versus Bradley Renfro. Time to continue the trial. Members of the jury, I appreciate everybody being so timely this morning as we move to a new location. As I mentioned last week, we're going to change the trial schedule starting today. I forgot to remind you on Friday. Is everybody okay going to 4:30 today if we take an hour for lunch? Is that all right with everybody? Nobody has daycare plans or anything? We all right with that? And we'll just be doing that the rest of the week. So what we'll do is we'll do a full day trial schedule. We kind of go back and forth with those, with the court system. And that'll be, we'll take a break at around 10:15, 10:30, somewhere in there. Then we'll excuse for lunch. Usually I give about an hour, hour and 15 minutes. Come back, take an afternoon break, and then go to about 4:15, okay? So that'll be the schedule today. All righty, so we can begin, Mr. Provost. Mr. Renfro, you understand you're under oath?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bradley, last Friday, we left off, we were going through your third and final interview. And for reference purposes for counsel here, we left off on page 52. And I want to revisit some of your testimony on the question of when, in your mind back then, did you reach the conclusion that they were planning to kill David? In your testimony, you testified about reaching that conclusion at some point during the Bronco ride, based on statements being made by Eric and Dominic Johnson. Do you remember that from last Friday?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember who the troopers were that were conducting this interrogation on December 6th?
Sergeant Wegerson and Dunford.
Okay.
Investigator
Dunford. Okay. Anybody else present?
My mom.
Right. Okay. So the four of you.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember how long approximately this interview lasted?
2 hours.
Approximately what time in the afternoon?
Evening. I don't remember.
All right. Was it light outside still when you got there?
I don't remember.
Well, if the transcript shows the interview began at 3:15 in the afternoon, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And ends at 5:46 p.m.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
So that's about how long then? 3:15 to 5:40?
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours, okay. Do you recall having any breaks during that interview? Or did it just go straight through?
I don't recall any breaks.
Now, in your narrative of what was taking place, we weren't following necessarily the transcript. And you testified, as I said, that you testified when you realized they intended to kill David. Early in the interview, and I'm on page 41. Investigator Dunford is speaking to you about the beatdown in the trailer. And he goes into that very issue, and towards the bottom there. He makes a statement to you and then follows up with a question. And at this point in time, you're still talking about Eric as the principal here who beat up David. He almost killed him. I mean, I know that the autopsy results are, and he freaking got beat pretty bad, okay? So he had already made the decision to kill him. He had already made the decision to kill him. He didn't voice that, question mark. That wasn't something that was said prior to, I'm going to kill this MFer. Do you remember what your response was? Do you remember if you agreed with that statement? If not?
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
agreed.
Was that true? Why did you agree with him at that point?
Well, throughout the interview, they'd bounce around. Sometimes they'd be talking about the camper. Sometimes, like when he said when Eric got his guns, I thought like when I told him that he pulled them out of his backpack, I was
So when they were
confused.
bouncing around, you mean camper to
Like from
Bronco back to the
Yeah.
shooting site? Is that what you mean? Back
Yes.
and forth throughout the interview? How did that affect what you were thinking or feeling at the time throughout this interview?
Sometimes it was pretty confusing.
Why is that?
It was, it was a lot for me, and I was trying not to say anything about Austin, so I was trying to focus on what I was saying, but it was hard, I guess.
Did it have anything to do with, you said you were trying to protect Austin, and on the other hand, it had anything to do with Eric, since in this interview you're saying it was Eric that beat up David?
Well, yeah, Austin kind of told me, like, to not say anything about him and to say it was all Eric, that Eric pistol whipped him and shot him, so I was trying to make him look bad too.
All right, I'm gonna move up in time to page 46. And they're back to this very same question. When did you hear or have knowledge that, say, Eric, because that was the story at the time, intended to kill David? So again, Investigator Dunford. Okay, all right. So he says, I'm going to kill him, or words to that effect. Can you fill us in on what exactly he says and when he says it? Is it before he goes and gets the gun? And nod of your head. And he goes on to say, tell me what he said. Do you recall what you said at that point?
No. No.
I'm just going to show you this one page to see if this refreshes your memory. This is page 46 now. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you say at this point, further into the interview?
I said I don't really want to talk about it.
And you recall your mom saying you need to?
Yes.
What did you not want to talk about?
When they said they were going to,
But why didn't you want to talk about it then? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Well, I'm going to bring up to where we left off as that conversation continued. Do you recall talking about the fear when those questions were being asked? What were you afraid of?
I didn't want to talk about Austin.
Now, page 52, Trooper Wegson had been acknowledging that he believes you probably felt fear or you were absolutely scared. I mean, the guy had a gun. You just watched him murder somebody. It's a legitimate fear to have. And that Eric's in jail now. Did that alleviate your fear?
No.
Did that have anything to do with your blaming Eric?
No.
That he was in jail? Was the follow-up to that question. Eric's in jail now, he tells you. Did that have any, well then how is it that you were telling this story that it was Eric who did this, and was the leader?
That's what Austin wanted me to say.
And then on that same page 52, again, Investigator Dunford makes the statement, Eric said, I'm going to kill this kid, words to that effect. Let's start with that. When did he say that? Do you recall your response?
No.
And Trooper Dunford, what was your response?
He went inside.
And when you said inside, what were you referring to? Inside what? If you remember. We kind of lost the flow of this.
I don't remember.
Okay. Inside the trailer, inside the house, inside the Bronco. You don't remember? All right, continue then, Sergeant Wegson. So Was David in the bathroom or something, and he's telling you? Does that
So,
help?
yeah.
Actually, you're unresponsive. All right, I think this is where we left off, and Sergeant Wegson makes the statement, and there's just something I've got to talk about, the elephant in the room here, Austin, right? Austin is in the trailer too. Okay? So as far as your answers up to this point about Eric and the gun and when he got it and what he intended, did you know what he intended at that point in reality? For reals?
No.
And so why were you going along with these suggestions that that's when you knew?
He was basically just, he kept, I don't know, I felt like he kept just like saying it, and, you know, and finally I just agreed to make, I don't know, maybe Eric look bad, more bad, or I don't know. Keep the attention off Austin.
So he was just saying that to you over and over, and finally you just,
Yeah.
but as we continue on, we, and as you testified yourself, we see that changes and further on, is that right? You remember that?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first time now you're implicating Austin Barrett as being present, is that, okay.
Yes.
But as you describe what happened in the camper, is there any point in that narrative on December 6, 2018, where you report that Austin Barrett did anything himself?
No.
Now, on page 56, do you remember bringing up the, Investigator Dunford, asking you about other things that may have been talked about? So, and on that same, backing up a little bit, do you remember the questioning about, was David saying anything that upset somebody in the group? Do you remember that? Talking shit, he said, about anybody? Do you remember that part of it?
Yeah.
And that, were there other things that may have been talked about? Do you remember that? Or what, do you remember bringing in the question of, I heard that he killed him to get into a gang. Do you remember that now?
Yes.
Okay, it's that part that I'm referring to. So, do you remember describing what that where that information came from, and either by Eric's actions or anything else? What led you to say that there was also talk about Eric being in a gang?
They were asking me, like, about a motive, and when I was still saying it was Eric, because I had heard him refer to, he's, saying just stuff like, to really be in a gang, you gotta, kill someone or, go to jail or stuff like that. And so when I was still saying it was Eric, just,
And how did you, what did you think about these statements about what Eric was saying about himself? Do you remember any other statements Eric was saying at that point in time?
I don't remember.
Okay. But even though you're still talking about Eric, you've testified that he wasn't the shooter, and you've testified repeatedly why, right?
Yes.
At any point during this interview, did you give up Austin Barrett and his role in this?
No.
Except for your testimony when you were telling your narrative. Is that right?
Yes.
Earlier last week? Okay. When asked about how many times did Dominic hit David, do you recall implicating Dominic in the beating or the shooting of David in this interview?
No.
So you weren't implicating Dominic and you weren't implicating Austin. Why weren't you implicating Dominic at this point?
When we were at
On December 6th.
Dominic's grandma's camper, it was Dominic and Austin were both there, and Dominic said not to say anything about him either.
So it wasn't just Austin, and this was time on the timetable. This is December 6th now, and the hotel incident was December 1st. At what point in time at Dominic's mom's trailer were both of them telling you this?
It was, I don't remember the exact day. It was after the hotel, but before this interview.
All right, somewhere between the hotel and this interview.
Yeah.
During that time, were you, those few days, were you on the lookout for a place to stay?
Yeah.
Was staying at Alyssa's shed an option still?
No, I think she was staying away from there.
Okay. So, before this interview, but after the hotel, how many nights did you stay at Dominic Johnson's mom's property?
Grandma's?
Oh, you're at grandma's property, okay. And what's her name?
Deborah
Deborah. And Deborah last name?
Johnson.
And that's the woman you saw leaving the trooper post when you were intercepted at the hotel with Dominic?
Yes.
She was waiting for Dominic, okay. So, did you stay there sometimes before this, or how did you end up at his grandmother's?
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
All right. Did she know that you were there?
I think so, yes.
And what brought you to stay there? Were you invited by somebody? If you can remember back those details in between.
think, or Dominic asked me if I needed a place to go, I think.
All right, so you're with Dominic and Austin before this interview, and now both of them are telling you what to say. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, when I got there.
And that's why you left Dominic and
Objection
Austin out?
reading.
Is that why, in this interview, you only implicate Eric?
Yes.
Throughout this investigation and your contacts with law enforcement, as your stories changed, or these lies, deceptions, can you kind of summarize what was going on, why you kept changing your story, and not, even this last interview, not telling the whole story, and certainly not implicating the individual that you have testified was responsible?
Mostly because I was afraid of Austin. I didn't want him to think that I was saying anything about him. Towards the end, Dominic, he didn't want me to say anything about him, either about the gas station or about the beating.
So, at this point, it's all Eric, right?
Yes.
Does that have anything to do with the questions about when Eric led on or led you to believe he was going to kill David?
Is when Austin told me not to say anything about him, and that as the interview wore on, I was just trying to make Eric seem bad, like try and keep the talk away from Austin.
So, are you saying that whatever they said Eric did, or when he did it, or when he said it, you went along with? I mean,
Yeah,
I mean the investigators, Trooper.
Yeah, after they said, the first couple times, I just kind of agreed to it, and then, tried to build on it a little bit, I guess.
So when they asked you, if you recall, it doesn't have to be exact words, how many times did Dominic hit David with the pistol? Do you recall if?
I said none. He didn't.
And Sergeant Wigson, how many times did you hit David? Do you remember your answer?
I told him I didn't.
At any point in these interviews, did you ever admit harming or killing David?
No.
Then they ask Sergeant Wigson, how many times did Austin hit David? Do you remember your answer?
None.
And then Sergeant Wigson, so this whole thing goes down, it's Eric only, question mark. Do you recall your answer?
I said I agreed.
That's not your exact words, but if there's no objection, it's essentially the same as your exact words. So I'll wait and see if I need to clarify. You are then confronted again by Sergeant Wigson. We know other people hit Eric. We know other people hit Eric. And that you need to come clean about that.
I think you misspoke. You said Eric. Other people hit.
We know other people hit Eric. Yeah,
Is that right from the?
yeah. This is page 59. We've already talked. He clarifies, you're right, Your Honor, that doesn't make sense.
All right.
Investigator Dunford says hit David, so confusion in names is all. Sorry, hit David, he says. Sergeant Wegson agrees. So they're telling you they have information that more than one, that if it's not you, that the implication, who's left? There's Eric.
Dominic and Austin.
Right. Do you recall when confronted again or being informed, we know there were two people that hit him. Did you implicate, do you recall implicating anybody?
Only Eric.
Pardon me?
It was only Eric.
All right, let me see if I can refresh your memory. We're on page 60. Does that help?
Yeah.
All right. So, what was your answer? Your answer was only Eric, or does this refresh your memory? What was your answer?
I said, I know what.
Can you hear me?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You say, all you know is, you know that Austin didn't hit him.
I said, I know Austin didn't hit him.
And did you implicate Dominic at this point when they're telling you there was a second person? Do you recall?
I don't remember.
Same page. Now, do you recall your answer?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I said that, so Dominic, if anyone, because he was the one closest to him, other than Eric.
Page 62. Sergeant Wegsden is asking you again, why'd you leave Austin out at the beginning? Do you recall your answer?
I didn't want it to go onto his record at that time.
Well, that may come later, but so it's not totally inaccurate, but here he goes. He's asking you now, he's confronting you. Are you afraid of Austin? Sergeant Wegson. Do you remember what you said?
No.
You don't remember, or
I don't
you were
remember.
saying no, I was not afraid of Austin.
I think I denied it,
Denied being afraid of Austin?
being afraid of Austin.
Okay, because you did say no. And further down the same page, Sergeant Wegson is asking you again, and you're saying that he didn't kill David, right? I mean, is that what you're saying? Do you remember your answer? Top of page 63.
I don't remember my answer.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes. agreed that Austin did not kill David.
Sergeant Wegson is following up on that line and makes the statement, for some reason you didn't want, you wanted to distance yourself from this, from Austin. You wanted to distance Austin from this, and that concerns me. Do you know why that concerns me? If you hear that question in your head right now, do you recall what you said back then?
I don't remember.
Right there.
Yeah, I said, well, because I don't know.
And still on that same page, still pressing this point with you. And you know, because you read this story that Eric told me, Trooper Wegson, that Eric told Trooper Wegson, that Austin killed him. And now you're leaving Austin out of the story altogether. Makes me feel like you think Austin killed him. Remember your answer?
I don't recall.
Bottom of the page.
I said no.
Remember how you were feeling at this point? Because he's persistent about this.
I was afraid that I might accidentally say something about Austin doing something or make it seem like Austin.
Well, Sergeant Wegson presses you, well, so explain to me, explain why I shouldn't think that Austin is the one. Do you remember your answer?
No. I said, because, oh, no, because I don't want Austin, like, now Austin is a part of this.
Now Austin is a part of this. What did you mean by that?
That now his name, that I said his name in the interview.
And what would that mean, that you've named him in the interview, or that?
If Austin found out, then he might try and come for me too.
Does that refresh your memory, your exact words?
Yeah,
And what did you say?
that I was probably gonna get killed for this.
And Sergeant Wegsden says that's ridiculous. Do you remember being told it was ridiculous? To think that you would probably get killed for bringing him into it?
I don't remember.
Does that refresh your memory? How did you respond to,
I didn't see it.
how'd you respond to the response that that's ridiculous, that you would probably get killed for this?
I said, that's what happens.
Mr. Provost, can you bring the mic with you? Please?
Sure. Right after that, Trooper Dunford is now questioning you. He states, you're taking this fatalistic approach where, okay, I'm going to die after this, right? That's what you keep saying. Do you believe that? You recall your response?
I agreed.
And Trooper Dunford responds and questions you. All right, fine, then marry that. But tell me, if you're going to die for it, you might as well tell it, right? That you are using this as an excuse to not tell the truth. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You are using it as an excuse not to tell the truth. Why? The only thing psychologically that works is because you're guilty of something and you don't want to fess up to it. What on earth would you be guilty of? Do you remember your response?
No.
Page 67. There's an exchange here that goes on for the rest of the page.
I said that I'm not guilty.
And Trooper Dunford, you didn't hit him, right? You didn't shoot him?
I said I didn't do anything.
So what could you be ashamed of? What could you be thinking that you're guilty of?
I said I'm not thinking. I'm thinking.
What's Trooper Dunford is saying, stop, 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 stop. So you're thinking, I'm thinking, stop, 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 and do you get an answer out? Page 68.
I'm going to get a bullet in my head.
So Investigator Dunford is, do you think he's buying that answer at the time?
Objection, speculation.
It's his state of mind.
No, it's,
No, I'm asking Bradley.
do you think the investigator is buying that? That's asking about the
right.
investigator's state of mind.
Bradley,
Okay, rephrase the question.
in your mind, was he accepting your reason that you were going to get a bullet in your head?
No, sometimes it felt like he was mocking me.
Well, in the next question he has for you, I'm thinking you guys were all in this. You guys were all talking together. You were all pissed at him. He was talking out his butt, saying stupid stuff. You're all like, and you guys were all buds. You're all gang members, right? You were all together. Juntos, okay? Question mark? Do you remember how you responded to that statement that you're a gang member?
No.
Did you? He asked you, so you're laughing, it's funny, isn't it? What was your response?
I said, you just called us all gang members. And
And he says, no, 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 and then what do you say?
then that is not funny.
Was it funny to you at the time? That he would suggest you're a gang member? The trooper, Investigator Dunford would suggest you're a gang member?
It might have been, I don't remember, it was a long time ago.
Well, how did you see yourself at the time with respect to being a gang member?
I didn't think I was a gang member.
There's a couple of photos that have been introduced into evidence, a couple of selfies. I don't know who took them, but you can see Eric and Austin, the ones that you're in, holding a C sign. Kind of you're in the middle of this selfie. What's up with that? Can you explain why when you were with them you were going along with these selfies, throwing a C sign?
Really, it was just, what everybody was doing. Kind of the music and, kind of just
What kind of music?
rap music.
What kind of lyrics in the rap music?
Like Snoop Dogg. I don't, just kind of saying gang stuff, I guess.
Do you know if that was the genre of music peers your age, not just these guys, but other peers you had? Were they also into rap music?
Objection, speculation, and relevance as to what other youth in the area were listening to at the time.
Well, the relevance, I think, can be to his state of mind. He has to
Yep.
lay a foundation, though, where
Right.
he's heard it, or how many times others that he's listened
Plus,
to
it's
it.
overbroad, like which peers is he talking about? Every teenager in the Matanuskis is sit in the valley, every
Oh, I
teenager.
think he just needs to lay a foundation if he hung out with other people.
So you've been accused or confronted with being a gang member by Investigator Dunford. You found that funny because the statement he made is,
Maybe, it didn't seem true to me.
and you did admit that when you're around that peer group in these selfies, Eric Almendinger, Dominic Johnson, Austin Barrett, that you would act like them. My question was, and then you offered up music, what genre? Rap? Did you, I'm not sure what you alluded to, but the kind of rap that, did this kind of rap somehow make inferences towards gang lifestyle, or?
Yeah.
All right, now, how long have you been listening to music as a teenager? What period of your life? Say a year before this all happened, what kind of music were you listening to?
Rap.
All right, and in your peer group at that time, did you have other peers besides these three guys, these four guys? If you include Devin Peterson?
Yeah.
And did they share your interest in rap music as well?
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether that genre of music was the most popular amongst your peer group?
again, Judge.
I would say so.
Can we
That
narrow
one, I
it down
think, is
to-
that one's a little
How many
far-fetched.
people are in his peer group? That
Yeah.
would be really important to establish versus him talking about just teenagers in general. I know all teenagers don't listen to rap.
That wasn't my question, but,
I think you've established your facts.
all right, so in these photos entered into evidence, you can see Eric Almendinger and whoever else is in it besides you wearing blue bandanas. Austin Barrett, actually. Did you wear a blue bandana?
No.
Okay. Did you make it a point to walk around in blue clothing?
I had blue jeans. I had other clothing with blue on it, but not just like all blue.
Like, did you have a flannel shirt that was blue?
I had a purple one.
Okay. So, let's just get drilled down to the point. Did you identify, other than in those settings, with this peer group, in selfies and music, whatever, did you ever identify with the Crips gang?
No.
Did you adopt the lifestyle or in the rap lyrics that you listen to, take that seriously, that's the kind of person you were going to be too?
No.
Did you think that at the time, before this assault and murder of David, that Eric Almendinger, Dominic Johnson, Austin Barrett would act like a gangster in the way David was treated and then beaten and killed? Did you see that coming?
You say the question again?
Did you ever get the sense of danger or feeling about who you were associating with at that time, that they would actually act out being gangster-like, either from lyrics or other research that Eric talked about, that you mentioned earlier? Did you see that coming?
I didn't see them as violent people, no.
If you had sensed that, what would you have done that they were dangerous in that way?
I don't think I would have hung around them if I thought that they were capable of something like that.
Now, as you stated, this interview, it goes back and forward, back and forward. The topic switches back to the arson. You were asked whose idea was it, or was it Devin's idea, was the question? Do you remember your answer?
No, no.
And when Trooper Dunford pressed you on this question, you don't recall saying at the time it was Eric's idea?
Yeah, I do.
Can we get a page? Because
I'm sorry, page 70,
there's contrary information in the transcript.
page 70. But in your own narrative that you told last week,
Judge, I'm not going to object. I'm confused myself. Narrative.
did you lie when you said it was Eric's idea? Or do you know, what were you thinking when you said it was Eric's idea? If you don't remember, I can refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, he really can't refresh his memory as to what he was thinking at that time. He can show him the statements as he's been doing, but there's no refreshing of what was going on through your mind at that point, because that's an impossibility.
Well, the problem is that, as the jury will read the transcript, there's several points where it says nodding head. So we really don't know, nodding yes, nodding no, and the officers try to clarify it sometimes they don't. So if he does remember, he's free to testify to that, but that has to be his memory, so.
As I heard, part of the objection, Your Honor, is that there's no way he can know what he was thinking 3 years ago. There's a problem with that objection, because that's what this jury is being tasked to do, is to hear all this evidence and think back to November 13th, 2016, and ascertain what Bradley Renfro was thinking at the time. What did he intend or not intend?
Well, you need to go forward and just be specific as to, you know, ask the question as to when he was remembering it, either now or then, or the story now or the story then. So just be clear, okay?
Okay, so Bradley,
Can you, we're not picking you up well,
Okay, okay.
so the topic is now the Bronco again, and we're page 70. And okay, again, the topic is the Bronco. So just to back up a page so you're not confused. Investigator Dunford, regarding Devin Peterson, because you testified that's where you got the gas cans, right?
Yes.
And what do you say here on page 69?
I said, oh no, we got the gas tanks from, I asked him for the gas tanks.
Okay. Trooper Dunford, to burn up the car. And then he asks, that was Devin's idea?
I said, not really.
What else did you say? Was it your idea? Trooper Dunford asked you?
It was like, everybody's idea.
How was it everybody's idea? Just what, in truth, whose idea was it to burn it?
Objection in truth, he can say you're under oath, but, I mean, the jury has to decide which version of the events, now we have 4, are the truth. So just saying in truth doesn't mean that necessarily anything he's saying is the truth.
Just define it as, what is your testimony today? He is under oath, so.
So, you recall what you testified earlier as far as what your testimony is today, currently in this trial? Whose idea it was to burn the Bronco in the first place?
It was mine.
All right, so back up. You're leaving the site of the murder. You're driving, where are you driving to after that?
Devin's house.
Why were you driving to Devin's house?
To get gas cans.
Okay, so you're not, are you driving the car?
No.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Devin's house?
Dominic's?
If you're not sure.
I don't,
I mean, if that's a
I don't remember.
question, if he's saying Dominic's question mark, that's
don't remember.
speculation.
It is, I don't,
Yeah, I'm clarifying. If you're not sure, you should say so. Do you know whose phone was used to contact Devin?
Dominic's phone.
Okay. Now, from the Bronco, they bounce back to the murder of David, page 70. Trooper Dunford. Well, to the question, whose idea was it? This is the topic of killing David. Do you recall your answer then?
It wasn't everybody's idea. It was fucking Eric's idea.
And Trooper Dunford is posing questions to you. You guys are all part of it. David is saying, David didn't just get on the ground and say, Eric, why are you doing this to me? He said, why are you guys doing this to me? You guys can take anything you want. It wasn't Eric by himself. It was you as a group. You start to answer.
I said, when we were there,
And then you're interrupted. No, 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 no. You're making excuses. That's what I'm saying. You hear me? David knew. David knew it was all you guys. That's why he said the things he said. You're minimizing your involvement in this. You need to be sorry for what you did. That's what I'm getting at. You need to feel that you're sorry. You need to feel that what you've done was wrong and get over it. fatalistic approach, whatever excuse you want to use, get over it. Yes, okay, fine. Marry that. But be sorry for what you've done and own it. So like I said, that's how it went down, yes? Is that your ownership? Is that what you did? Page 71. How did you respond to those comments and questions?
I said I did not want him to die.
What else did you say?
Investigators, Dunford said I get
That's,
that.
no. What'd well, he says, sure, I get that. But you continued your answer.
I said I did not say, yeah, fool. I did not say any of that.
Then he asked, what did you say?
I said nothing because I wasn't trying to get beat the fuck up like that too.
Like David? Is that what you're saying? When you said two?
Yeah.
What else did you say after that?
I said, no, you're just saying that I wanted him to die when I didn't want to die.
And did you keep?
I said, this is so fucking stupid.
And Investigator Dunford asked, it is it?
I said, yeah, you're saying that I wanted him to die. You're saying that, yeah, I was a part of it. Yeah, I wanted to get fucking hurt. Or, yeah, I wanted him to get fucking hurt.
And Sergeant Wegson adds, well, maybe not at first. What do you say?
No.
Sergeant Wegson, but certainly later?
I said, no, I didn't want him to fucking, it was fucking out of nowhere. I didn't know, like Eric was fucking, yeah, but, keep going.
Page 75. So there had been a lot of statements made by Trooper Wegsden and Trooper Dunford about, you know, they've been going over and over this, and you know, this is your opportunity. We gotta, you know, we can't just keep having these interviews. We got other things to do. A little bit paraphrased, but I don't want to just read the whole page. So, in response to those comments to you, you pose the question, well, what else? You guys brought me here. You guys brought me back. Sergeant Wegsden, that's because you keep leaving out big stuff like Austin's involvement. that I know Eric was there, and I know that you say Eric did all of it, 100% of the assaulting of David. Presses you on that. Is that still the case?
Let me get a page.
What's your answer? Oh, page 75. What was your answer to, is that still the case in this interview?
I didn't see anyone else who did it.
Was that a lie?
Yes. Yes.
So he goes back to the Bronco, and after David was beaten with the question, so you all load David into the truck, into the Bronco, yes? And your answer?
I said, it was mostly me and Dominic.
Okay. Is that true?
No. Dominic didn't help.
What did you say after that?
I said, because Eric had the gun, and Eric told me and Dominic to help him up, so I figured I'd help him up real quick.
And when asked what Austin did,
I said, nothing really.
did you say anything more to that question?
I said, Austin he was sitting there being quiet like me pretty much.
And when Sergeant Wegson asked you, well, why doesn't Austin stay at Eric's house? He's not even tasked with helping anybody load anything.
I said, because he said, let's all get in there. I figured, don't ask questions.
And when you say he, because he said, let's all get in there, what were you telling Sergeant Wegston on December 6, 2018?
That Eric was saying that.
And do you continue talking about Eric?
I said, because Eric had the gun.
Oh, no, Sergeant Wegston is asked you a question. So why not ask questions at this point?
Because Eric had the gun. There's not much more
Who had the gun? Is that true back then?
No.
What's the truth as you testify at this point in this trial? Who had the gun?
Austin had his gun, and Dominic had the other one.
So Eric didn't have a gun, Austin had his gun, and Dominic had the other gun.
Yes.
And this is when you're ready to helping David up and heading to the Bronco before you start driving. Is that right?
Yes.
Now Sergeant Wegson is asking I'm asking how you felt. Probably how you felt, but I'm not asking you probably how you felt. That's the stream of what he said. Well, I'm asking you how you felt. I'm not asking you how probably how you felt. I'm asking you how you felt, not probably. Do you remember your answer at that point?
No.
This is on page 77.
I said, yeah, I felt, yeah, like my life was in danger that whole time. That's how I felt.
All right. The investigators are now asking you questions after that exchange that you're driving away. And Sergeant Wegston, so this is page 79. So now, asked you if you know where the hospital is. Actually, further up, you describe the route, similar to what you testified last week. There's a Fred Meyer's, and that you go through that light and next light. Sergeant Wegston, that's correct. Not the next light, but at the next light, you take a right. Exactly, you're right. And Sergeant Wegston confirmed, so that would be the Glen Highway where you turned off there. Were you looking at a map or anything, or just describing it verbally? Was there a map on the table that you were pointing to or anything?
I don't think so.
He asked you if you knew where the Matsu Regional Hospital was. Do you recall, did you know where it was?
Yes.
He says, so now you're driving away from the hospital when you take that left at the car's light, right? And there's a nod, but he goes on, okay, I know, you know, when you roll into this Bronco, that you guys are going to kill David. Does everybody else know that too? Question mark. What's going on as the conversation? As far as that's what I'm missing, okay? So he's asking you about the conversation now in the Bronco. And asking whether all you guys know, or that whether you know you guys are going to kill David. Looking for at what point again? What about the conversation? What would that part of his question? What do you remember? What you said about yourself, as far as conversation went?
I said, no, like I said, I was quiet most of the time.
And as far as where you were sitting last week, you testified you were in the middle between David and Austin Barrett. Is that still
Yes.
your testimony? When asked what everybody else was saying, what's your response?
I don't remember. I said it was Eric and Dominic talking. They were talking, or Eric was talking about where to go and stuff.
And what about Austin? You mentioned, make any mention of Austin talking at this point? In this interview back in December 6th?
No. No.
So in this interview, takes you back to those questions you already answered last Friday regarding why you would choose. Well, let me read you his question. So you have just stated that Eric and Dominic are doing the talking. Sergeant Wegson, okay, all right. So, and you know that you're going to murder him because we already talked about that part of it. But why do you choose the Coal Hills? Why is that a place you would want to go? At that point in time, when you mentioned Coal Hills and you pointed out in the map, they had turned that direction. You already testified that. Well, you testified what you testified to. Now that they've come back, round circle, back to that same question again, do you recall your answer?
No. I said, yeah, it's a party spot.
He asked you if you'd been there before. This is going on to page 81.
I said 8 times, 9 times.
They hadn't mentioned Austin, and you've testified repeatedly why. But why did you mention Coal Hills? What was going on in your mind at the time, back in September 6, 2016? Why Coal Hills?
December 6th.
December 6, 2000. This interview. Why'd you mention Coal Hills? You'd been there many times, like 8 times. You said.
I didn't.
Why were you mentioning, what was going, do you know what was going on in your mind? Why were you suggesting Coal Hills as the place to go?
So the question is
I'll
confusing.
sustain the
because
objection. It's
is
either was
an
it,
interview or is it in real life? Or
In this interview, December 6, 2016,
Well-
Bradley, for the 3rd time. In this
No,
interview,
Judge, see, the problem is Mr. Provost is not prefacing his questions. He's bouncing back and forth between interview and real life, and interview and real life. So it is important for all of us to understand the answer, to have it prefaced by in the interview or in real life.
and Your Honor, I know there's a lot of bouncing around. We're following the interview. Most of what I've been asking is what happened in this interview and what his answers were. The few times I've asked if it's true or false or what's the truth today, we've been through that. I've made it clear during this trial, you know, is it true? What's your testimony today? As to this question, why Coal Hills? Why did you answer Coal Hills at the December 6, 2016 interview? Not today, but back then.
Because I tried to have them go to Coal Hills, but they didn't want to because they thought there might be a bunch of people up there. I didn't say that in the interview, but I asked that, and they said we're not going to go to Coal Hills.
And then Sergeant Wixon was, that's when you said, and what was your response? After Coal Hills? He's repeating what you said earlier.
I said, yeah, and I said, Jim's Creek is in the Butte.
So, do you recall Trooper Wegsden asking you, why were you suggesting these locations?
No.
Why were you suggesting those locations even back then on 12/6/2016?
Those were two places that I knew that there might be people.
And what's the significance of that?
After, on the 13th, when, after David asked where he was going, and Austin said that we can't take you home, I was trying to think of somewhere if we're not taking him home, we're at that point when I said that I thought they were talking about dropping him off somewhere or something, and I was trying to. Those were the closest things that were coming to my mind that, somewhere we could drop them off where there might be people or something. And then after they shot down the Coal Hills idea, and he said, when he said, no, there might be a party or something going on up in Coal Hills.
Objection to they.
That, if you
After
be
Austin.
specific.
After Austin said that, that's when I started to think, well, why would it matter if we drop them off where people are? And that's when I started to realize what they were going to do, what Austin or Eric or Dominic might be planning. And when Eric said, we'll take a right here, the light right before the light at the bridge.
Okay, so hold on there, because this is an important point. This goes to when you're saying that's when you realized they were intending to kill David.
That's when I started to realize, yes.
When did it be, was that started to, what does that mean? When did you have just reach the full conclusion, that's what they intend to do during this ride?
After we passed Maud Road, I remember, because Austin said, well, we could go up Maud Road. There's no one there.
Okay, I want to stop you there. I want to be clear, because of the confusion some of this has caused, is what you are saying now, because the troopers had told you this is when you knew, when Eric, I told you when you knew, when you knew, when you knew. We're stepping aside, as I hear it, we're stepping aside from this transcript, and now you're telling your narrative of what really happened back then.
Yes.
Because do you recall telling the troopers that you were thinking, I was suggesting places where there'd be people around?
They didn't ask.
All right, so let's stay on this track, because this is really what, in the end, besides addressing these interviews, what matters here.
So you're gonna be getting,
We're going to talk about what really happened, as you
this
recall.
may be a time to take a break. It's 10:07. Kind of changing direction away from the interview at this point?
Yes.
Okay, that's take this will be the 15-minute morning break, and then we'll come back.
Okay, Bradley. Excuse me. Where we left off before this break, we're back now for you to continue telling our jury exactly what happened after you got into the Bronco, David Baird in the back seat, Dominic Johnson driving, and Eric Almendinger in the front passenger seat. And last week, you pointed out on this map the route that the Bronco took. You recall that?
Yes.
How you pulled out of Almendinger's community neighborhood, turned left north for a short time towards Coal Hills, but then they made a right and made their way down to the Butte, and how on the way you were coming up to Jim Creek. You've testified about Coal Hills and Jim Creek, and you've explained why you suggested these. Well, that's where we'll follow up.
Okay.
So, we left off, you had just explained why you had suggested Coal Hills, and that when they headed that direction, when they headed the other direction, why you suggested Jim Creek. And I think specifically where I was leaving off is, at what point now during this drive did you hear any comments made by Austin Barrett or Dominic Johnson or Eric Almendinger about what their intentions were and what to do with David?
When?
Yeah, at what point were you convinced this is what they're intending to do? Was that, we left off discussing Jim Creek at that point in time. Were you convinced at that point in time that's what they intended to do?
When Austin made, he didn't say, he said, I'm gonna do this. Those were his exact words. He said, I'm gonna do this.
Where were you all in the Bronco located when he uttered those words, I'm going to do this?
Dominic was driving. Eric was in the passenger seat. And in the back seat, it was Austin on the right passenger side. I was in the middle. And David Grunwald was in the left driver.
Where on the ride did he utter those words at that point?
On the Old Glen Highway.
Do you remember where approximately on the map? Was it before Jim Creek? After Jim Creek?
It was kind of by Mod Road area-ish. That, I don't remember if he said it before Mod Road. It was, when he said we could go up to Mod, he said go up Mod Road. I've never been up Mod Road. I don't know what's up there. He was saying something about going up Mod Road because there's nobody really up there. And Dominic he drove by it because he didn't know where he was going. And
Okay, so hold on, because I don't know that area that well. Maud Road. Here's a pointer. Can you all see this? Should I move it at all? Okay.
Maybe that right there's that Mod Road.
Oh, so that's near Jim Creek then? Do you want to come up here? Point out Maud Road.
Mod Road's right here,
Where's Jim Creek?
right here.
Okay. So what made you think, at the time passing Maud Road, that, did somebody say something that convinced you at that point? This is where Austin Barrett mentioned, I'm going to do this, passing Maud Road? Yes. Okay. And while you're standing here, as I recall, Jim Creek is here. You hear that statement. You mentioned Jim Creek. That was rejected, so you came all the way across the Knik River. And this is the Old Glen, right? This red? And as I recall, you testified that the decision was to go left on this black road. Is that a dirt road? Do you remember? Okay, and that's where you went. Okay. So it's...
We can't hear his answers, Judge. I
Yeah, I
can't
can't
do
hear.
it cross if I can't hear his answers on direct.
All right. So we need to be really clear about this point, because in the interviews, when statements were being made to you and you either agreed or denied, depending upon the interview, what you're testifying is that you realized that they intended at that point on that drive that they were going to kill David.
It was when Austin,
When Austin said, "I'm going to do this," is what you testified to,
yes,
around Maud Road,
yeah.
just before Jim Creek. Okay. I'm going to let you tell the jury what really happened. They can visualize, I think, now.
Same objection, what really happened. He's under oath, he's lied before, the jury has to decide what really happened. This is his testimony, we know that.
I'll
But I
sustain the
object
objection, that phrase.
At this time, you can continue with the narrative of what you remember happening on November 13th, 2016, from the point you heard those words from Austin Barrett. I'm going to do this. So in your mind, take your time, try to remember all details. I'll interrupt you if I have a question that, you know, you need to fill in some space or whatever. But for now, I want you've heard the statement from Austin, and you're continue driving. Was there any more discussion along the drive after that statement was made?
There was other stuff being said. I don't remember exactly what it was or who said it.
Okay. Do you remember the exact statements, even if you can't identify which one, whether it was Austin, Eric, or Dominic?
Just like other places to go. I don't remember exactly what they were.
All right, so just still discussing where to actually end up. All right. Well, you've pointed out where you've ended up. Is there anything significant or important for the rest of that drive, such as somebody making a statement that you remember, or making a stop that you remember before you get to the location where you stop to walk David into the woods, where not you, but where the Bronco was parked?
A little bit before the turnoff to Jim's Creek, I was trying to, when I told him that we should go to Jim's Creek because that was one of the last places that there, you know, like, I know there might be people. Tried Coal Hills, they shot that down.
Objection, all this has been covered.
I'll
Before the
sustain the
break.
objection. I think he has
Sure, yeah.
testified to this
So-
already,
We've gone over that. We're now, Austin Barrett has made this statement. I'm going to do this. And then you started,
That's been covered.
I'm trying to get him back to where we were, Your Honor.
3 times it's been covered. That statement has been made 3
It
times.
has been made.
already.
Just, if you have to lay a foundation for the next question. But
And then you said that you're approaching Jim Creek. You testified to that, what you said, that they had rejected that. Now continue beyond that point. You're past Jim Creek.
We were going right after Jim Creek, coming around the road. There's the bridge right there, and when we drove by, or we drove across the bridge, and when Dominic was going to turn around, and I think it was Eric that said that there was.
Was it Eric or was it somebody? Should avoid the words, I think. Just take your time and think and see if you can hear a voice or visualize. Otherwise, you heard a voice from the front seat. How's that? So do you know whose voice was this statement you're going to make it was for sure? Or which direction? Was it next to you with Renfro or up from the front seat? I mean, Barrett, sorry. You're sitting in the middle.
I don't remember for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you heard a statement,
Yeah, it was from the front seat.
and what was the statement you heard?
When we crossed the bridge, they pointed at the little road, and
Who pointed?
Objection to they.
somebody pointed at the road and said
Well,
to turn left right there.
right. From the front seat, or did you hear it come from the person next to you? what you heard is turn right there.
Yeah, turn left.
Turn left. Okay. Is that what the Bronco did then, essentially? Turn left on that road?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what? You're driving on that dirt road, gravel road. Do you know if it's gravel or just dirt?
It wasn't a paved road.
Okay.
And we drove all the way up to the road, all the way up it. And there was like looked like a lodge or something up there, but we ended up turning around, and Austin started to kind of get agitated, and on one of the pull-offs, he said to pull over right there.
Okay, hold on. Come on back up here.
Get 2 mics though, okay? Yeah, they have 2 mics.
So Bradley, this is a shot from the helicopter in daytime.
Is that, which exhibit is that?
This is exhibit
I don't have my list.
plaintiff's exhibit number 13.
13, okay.
In the springtime, I think it was April of 2017. This is an aerial view of where David was found. Can you point out the little parking lot you're referring to?
Right here.
And when Austin Barrett said, pull over right here, which direction was the Bronco going from?
From this way. Coming back this way.
So you said you came to, the road ended at a hotel or some sort of facility? Is that right?
Yeah.
On this road?
Yeah, it was something like that.
So was that facility towards me or towards your end?
It was towards this end, up at the end of the road.
In any event, is that what Dominic Johnson did, is pulled in?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this photo was taken months later. It was nighttime when you were there, right? Dark?
Yeah.
But we had testimony from Sergeant Wagsden with the help of heli support. And early in the trial, he pointed out that Dominic Johnson, when they brought him out here to find David, I'm going to point, or if you concur, Sergeant Wagsden, or you're welcome to come up and point it out, but my understanding is David was found at the base of 2 white birch trees. Do you see them here?
Yeah. Right there.
All right. So that's a aerial visual of where you stopped, or where the Bronco stopped, how far you walked, and where David was found. Are you comfortable just standing here for a moment? Or you want to sit down? Go ahead and sit down.
Sit down.
The Bronco stops. Do you recall anybody making a comment? And if you remember who made the comment and what the comment was?
Dominic, when we stopped, Dominic, he was inquiring, like, now what? you know, like he put it in park and he kept the truck running, and it felt like maybe like 10, 15 seconds. It was just the truck running. Nobody said anything, and Austin said, "All right, he said, "All right, let's get out." He said, "Get out, or let's." He said, "All right, let's get out." And pretty much, he said something like,
Who did?
Austin, he said, I don't remember his exact words. He said, like, gotta do this, or I gotta do this, or he said something like that. So I don't remember his exact words. So Dominic,
Did anybody comment in response to the, sounds similar to, I'm going to do this, but now he's saying, I gotta do this? Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Variation? Anybody respond to that? And David's there too, so if he responded, you need to tell everything.
David, nobody said anything until everybody got out. So Dominic and Eric got out first, and Dominic slid his chair forward, and Eric slid his chair forward. And after Austin got out, I was moving to get out, and he's like, he said, David, you got to get out of the car too. And then I got out, and when
Which door did you go out?
the passenger door after Austin, and Austin had his gun in his hand, and he walked towards the front left of the vehicle, and when I went over there, looked back, and David was he was just standing on like the lip of the door,
Which door?
the driver door.
So
Like the door was wide open, and
he was going out the driver door side?
yeah,
Okay.
and he was just standing there for a second. And somebody said something to him like, "Are you good?" I don't remember who. I don't remember who said, "Are you good? Let's go for a walk." So, I don't remember the exact words. But then once David got down, Dominic, he grabbed his like left shoulder. They grabbed his sweater, and Dominic and David they started walking into the woods, and then I was after Dominic. I walked in after Dominic. Austin walked.
Why did you walk in after Dominic? If you remember.
Austin was kind of motioning for us. That's why Austin kind of motioned. There was it wasn't really a trail, but there was like the start of a trail. And Austin kind of motioned
motioned or
Like,
silently and motioned you?
he didn't say anything at that time.
Do you have anything in his hand when he was motioning you?
Yeah, he had his gun. I said that.
Did he choose the order of people walking into the woods, or was it motioning everybody?
Yeah.
You know?
He didn't specifically say anybody, he just motioned, and after Dominic went, I started walking, and then Austin went, and Eric was at the back of the group. And when they were walking,
Austin's behind you and Eric's in the very back? Did you say?
yeah,
Did Eric have his, was Eric holding anything, carrying anything as well?
he had his backpack, but Dominic had the Ruger.
Dominic had the Ruger?
Yeah.
Okay.
When he went, Dominic was in the front, and once Dominic got a little bit ahead of Austin and everybody, I was a few feet, like 5, 6 feet behind Dominic. He said, "Let's wait up here for a second," and I was just trying to kind of stand off to the side, and Austin came up with, Eric was right behind Austin. And Austin didn't say anything. He racked the slide of the gun, and
So hold on. Dominic is holding a Ruger, you say?
yeah,
And Austin is holding a what?
the XTM.
Okay.
And Austin, he didn't say anything when he came up. He just racked the slide, and
Could you hear that noise?
yeah,
It's dark out?
yeah.
Do you know what direction that noise came from? Or were you able to actually see him rack it? Did you hear it, or
I
did you?
didn't see him rack it. I just heard him rack it, slide the top back, and he just shot David right there. And after that, Austin we all stood there for a second, and Austin he just stared at David for a second, and Eric ran back to the truck. Dominic kind of just ran back to the truck, and after he saw those two leave, he started walking a little bit, and I stayed for a couple more seconds. And then after that, I just kind of,
Other than the words, "Okay, stop." Is that what you said? And who?
Dominic said, "Wait up for a second," something
Right.
like that, for them to catch up.
And then, what was the next word spoken after Dominic said, "Wait a second"? He's talking to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Said, "Let's wait up for the others."
Did you walk any further from that point where Dominic said,
Yeah, I moved off. I moved off kind of to the left a little bit, and
so it was Dominic that chose the stopping point for this shooting to take place?
to me it seemed like he was just waiting for Austin and Eric. I don't know if that's what he meant to happen.
Okay. All right.
And after Austin shot him, when he was walking back,
Okay, hold on. Which way was David facing when Barrett first caught up with you guys, you and Dominic?
Dominic was, you want to do that or on the board?
Sure.
It'd be easier to explain.
Bring your mic.
What do you want me
All right, I want you to, and then after you put in initials, you can step back. Okay, use the white part.
Hmm?
Use the white part so they can see it from the back.
for everybody else's?
All right, you need to step back so the jury can see and talk into your mic. This over here, it says trail.
Yeah.
So what I'd like you to do is maybe with a dotted line, from the trail there.
Okay.
Dominic is holding on to David's sweater on his left shoulder.
Yeah.
Which direction right now is David facing as he's standing here?
Kind of like this way, kind of.
Okay, so he's facing this way down with that black arrow.
Yeah.
Where's Dominic facing?
He's kind of looking this way too.
Which way were you facing? Is that what BR is?
Yeah. I was kind of just watching what Austin was doing, but I was watching David.
All right, so you were right behind David and Dominic Johnson.
Yeah.
Just make a, with dots, where you walk to end up over here.
I walked around him.
You walked around them?
Yeah, I came over here.
And then who came up next? Now there's David, Dominic, and they're just standing here?
Yeah.
And you walked past them and you stood here?
Yes.
So from where you walked, where it says trail, you're the furthest over to this side?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, what was the path that Austin took, Austin Barrett?
He kind of walked around the hump, and he came around over to here.
And then Almendinger, Eric Almendinger,
Yeah, he came up last.
around the hump or on this side? Anyways,
I don't remember.
this,
It was dark.
okay. So, how long was it between when everybody stopped before Barrett fired his XDM?
Like right as he was coming around, he just kind of racked the slide and just put his arm up and he shot it. I didn't watch David fall, but I kind of heard it. It was right next to me. The flash kind of took away like when it's dark and bright light flashes, kind of, David he fell backwards like that, and Eric ran off immediately, and Dominic kind of jogged up to catch up with him, and after Dominic kind of went, Austin, he kind of glanced back at me and kept walking, and kind of stood like right in front of him, and I just kind of looked at him, and I was just disbelief. I didn't know.
When Barrett walked up here, and did he say anything before he fired that XDM?
No.
Did anybody say anything?
No.
Did David say anything?
No.
It was just that quick.
Yeah.
You were the last to head out. Why did you pause? Do you remember what was going through your mind? If you don't, then
It just shocked. I was really shocked.
how far away was Barrett standing from you? What would be this distance between you and Barrett, approximately?
Maybe
Excuse me. I'm Austin Barrett.
it's only go so far. A little bit more forward. Probably just a little, yeah, right there. Maybe,
What would you estimate that to be? About 3 feet?
yeah, 3.5 feet, 3 feet.
Was his arm extended straight out? Could you even see that? Did you notice him putting his arm out?
When he pulled his gun out, when he put his arm out, he just had it like kind of half cocked. He had both hands on the gun.
And you described seeing a bright flash. What color was that flash? Go ahead and have a seat now.
I don't know. It was
You're gonna have to move that.
whitish. I don't remember. It just mess my vision up. It's,
More whitish than orange? Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
How loud was it? 3 feet away. Let me back up. Which ear did you hear that gunfire?
My right ear.
How do you know for sure it was Austin Barrett that shot David?
I seen him. The flash came from his hand. It was dark, but I watched him extend his arm, and so I didn't see David fall, but afterward I kind of heard it. I just remember the flash coming. He put his arm out, and the gun went off.
Did you paused before you followed the rest of them out, you testified. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you see any movement out of David or hear anything from him?
No.
Did you know if he was deceased or not?
I didn't stop and check.
You didn't reach down and check a pulse or anything or
No.
call out his name?
No.
Then you headed back to the Bronco yourself?
Yeah, I only stopped for like 5 seconds. I was only, like 8, 10, 12 feet behind Austin.
Could you see him at that with the light you had from 10, 12 feet away?
I could see his sweatshirt.
Okay. And what happened when did you stop or anybody stop on the way back to the Bronco in that parking lot?
Dominic was, when I got there, saw Dominic was already in the driver's seat, and Eric was standing by the other door, and Austin was like walking around the front of the truck. The lights were on. It was running.
So who, Dominic Johnson's in the driver's seat again?
Yeah.
Austin Barrett is already in his seat? Is that what you said?
No, when I came out of the woods, I'd seen Austin walking around the front.
Okay,
To the passenger side, Eric was standing there with the door open,
okay.
and Austin waited for me to come around, and he wanted me to get in first.
Did anybody bend over after that round was fired to pick up a shell or anything?
No,
How many shots were fired?
just one.
So when you were getting in the vehicle, did you see anything in Austin Barrett's hands still?
Yeah, when we were getting into the vehicle,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Do you know where he usually carried that weapon?
Sometimes, like in his belt line of his pants. Kind of just tucked it in there in the front or the back, or just put it in his pocket to the hoodie.
Okay. So you get in the car then, and Austin gets in next to you again?
Yeah. And then Eric got in after that.
How long did you stay parked there?
We pulled out after that, I think. I don't know if we stopped or not. When we got in,
Anything said when you got back in the car? Did you hear anybody make a statement?
not until we were on the road.
Okay. Did you know where they were driving to? Did anybody say where they were headed? Or are you just getting on the road and heading back down that dirt road?
We just got onto the road where it was quiet for a minute, and then Austin said, we got to get rid of the phone. We got to get rid of his phone. And Eric broke the phone in half. He bent it in half. I heard the glass on the front brake, and somewhere along that road he just threw it out the window. And somebody, I don't remember exactly who, they said something about we had to get rid of the truck.
Is that coming from the back seat, that voice, or from the front?
I don't remember. I was still shocked. I don't remember who initiated when they said to burn it. What was going through my mind was, gotta say something, I didn't want them to, that's when it started fully registering. They just killed him after just pistol whipping him. So I chimed in, I said, we could get gas cans at Devon's. And
So you brought up the
yeah,
idea of getting gas cans at Devon's.
yeah, after they said to burn it somewhere.
But you know which one suggested burning it?
No.
And go ahead.
It was Dominic that, I don't remember who suggested it, but Dominic called Devon after a little ways.
Was that a call or a text or a message?
I'm pretty sure it was a phone call, not a Snapchat.
So let's stop there for a moment. You started to say something, and then somebody says what Dominic or Eric or Austin says, we got to burn it. And what motivated you? What was going on through your head to recommend where to get gas cans?
I didn't want them to have any doubt that I was scared, or because I just suggest, right before that, before David was killed, I said Coal Hills, and then, because there's plenty of other places to go that there's nobody around. I was just trying to name 2 places that I knew people were around, and I didn't want them to think, well, he's not saying anything or, you know, chiming in or trying to be actively involved in anything. And
Had you done anything to help them up to now?
no.
So what's your motivation? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I can only,
I didn't want them to think that I was reluctant
what do you mean?
to be a part of this, because I didn't know really what was going to happen by the end of the night.
All right, you take a moment, take a deep breath, and try to explain clearly why, what motivated you, what message were you sending them?
Judge,
By-
asked and answered, this has been explained 3
No,
times
it's-
already. He didn't want them to know that he was scared or not part of the plan. We've
I'll
heard this
sustain the
3 or 4
objection.
times.
All right,
He has said it.
Because
so,
so
is what
before
Mr.
all-
Kalachek just said, is that accurate then?
That's the whole basis of my objection. Let's repeat it again now for the
Okay,
third time.
sustained, okay. He's already answered that question.
I was going to say that before they started talking about, we didn't go over, this is when Austin, like, after the phone gets thrown out, Austin was saying that's when he was like, well, this is serious. You guys can't talk to the cops about it. You know, that's David. Basically, he was saying David won't be the only person to disappear or get killed over this or anything. So that's when after they started talking about burning the Bronco, that's when I said we get the gas cans at Devon's. I was just moving off impulse. I was just trying.
So it was a combination of that threat again and wanting them to know you're buying into it, you're not going to be snitching or something. or another.
Objection leading.
That is leading, so
All right,
that'll be
so,
sustained.
well, what I'm summarizing, what I'm understanding, it's more than just wanting them to know you're invested, but
Yeah.
a threat was made before you made that comment about getting gas?
Objection leading.
It's sustained.
All right, let's back up and we'll go through it real slow again.
Go ahead. We got all day.
So, what I heard you say, what I heard you testify is you were talking about Dominic Johnson calling Devin Peterson. They decided they're going to burn the Bronco. Then you testified that you suggested Devin Peterson had gas cans. You testified that your motivation was,
Objection, not a question, Mr.
I'm building a
Summary.
foundation, Your Honor.
For
There are
what?
2 things going on here in his mind.
Okay, get to the point, okay? I think he's already testified to it, but you can give him a second to clarify it, and then we'll move on, okay?
Okay, so, and then you said, I offered that up because I hadn't done anything yet. Then you go back and say, and before that, Austin Barrett had made this comment to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we can move this on now. I think, go ahead and take us on the road to where you went and what happened. The jury has heard most of this already, but I want to get you back to the area of the gas station, so you can go ahead and tell what happened after you suggested Devin Peterson's for the gas cans.
Um, I, there was conversation. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what they were saying. There was just, small conversation about I don't. There's some conversation all the way up to Devin's house. I don't really remember what it is.
Do you think, I imagine, I don't know for sure, do you think you could take that mic with you? And, is it one of those flags, orange flags, Peterson's house?
It's on there.
Come on up here, please.
And what exhibit number is that map?
This is State's plaintiff's exhibit number 12, State's exhibit 12.
Okay.
All right, if you need to have a close peek,
You wanna switch?
one of these tags, I believe, is Devin Peterson's, but look at the roads. You know where Devin Peterson lives?
Yeah, you want to switch?
Sure.
Want me where Devin's house is?
Yeah.
It's this one right here.
And just go ahead, and if you know the road, what's the main road, the red one, and what's the cross street that what's his address or street address, if you remember the street name?
That's K Lake Road.
All right, and what's the red road?
This is the Parks Highway.
What's the red road close to Devin Peterson's house?
This is the Parks Highway,
Okay, where's Devin Peterson's house?
right here.
What's that red road right below it?
Hollywood Road.
Hollywood, okay. So you're saying Devin Peterson's is closer to Hollywood, but in between Hollywood and parallel with the highway.
Yeah.
All right. So you get the gas cans. Where do you go next? Where's the next place you stopped? You went through this last week.
We got the gas cans. Austin got out. I couldn't go with him, so when we turned around, there's a
Yeah,
gas
Austin got out, right?
Yeah.
That's what you testified to.
there's a gas station right here at where the Parks Highway and Johnson's.
Can you see what street that is?
Tranquility Drive, but no, it's like right here, right? It's right where the parks. It's a smaller one.
What kind of gas station was that?
I don't remember.
Is that the gas station you got gas from?
No.
All right, so where'd the vehicle go? Where's the take us, show us where they drove the vehicle. Dominic's still driving, right?
Yeah.
Where did Dominic drive to get the gas?
He took a ride on the Parks Highway from Johnson's
Okay,
up to right here by Meadow Lakes Loop and the Holidays. Like,
where it says that H
yeah,
on that corner there.
yeah.
And after you got the gas, which direction did you go? Which road did you take and which direction?
In my interview, I said church, but we went the back way for Meadow Lakes Loop all the way around, and it connects to Pittman on the back way.
All right, so slowly point that Meadow Lakes Loop Road, is that what it's called, you think?
Yeah, it's Meadow.
Through that neighborhood?
It's it goes all the way. It's this blue road right here. It goes all the way around and connects to Pittman. And we took Pittman.
All right, you can stop there. Now this, you haven't been asked yet. You remember your testimony and your stepmother, Mrs. Renfro, talking about a woman named Pamela Grundon.
Yes.
Was her house in that neighborhood as well?
Yeah, it's off of,
Can you find the street and put either your finger point or that ruler as close as you can to where that house was, or is?
here's the holiday, and Pam lives off Meadow Lakes Drive, somewhere. She lives on Seymour Lake. They have a house that's right on the lake.
Right on which lake? Point to it. Use the pointer.
This lake, Seymour
Okay.
Lake.
And the route of the Bronco with respect in relationship to that lake, how did it pass that lake?
We passed the turn off to Meadow Lakes Drive. So it's right here, and so we drove right past the road.
How far, was this a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay. Other people live in it, like a duplex or anything?
No.
Okay. How many times had you been to that location previously, approximately?
A lot. I don't know how many.
Okay. You want to take a seat, Bradley? So that location you just pointed out, and this woman's name, your testimony last week, then, that's the location of your best friend's mom and dad's house?
Yes.
And we've already had the testimony and the exhibits go into the record that within 30 minutes of walking into that store, the holiday store, where you're seeing on the video, you managed to make 2 calls to Pamela Grundon's phone number, is that right?
Yes.
And you testified why, but how were you, did you have a specific plan how you would break away and get to her house? What was your intention when you made that call? If somebody answered, mother, father, what would you have said?
Well, because I told Dominic that I wanted to call Alyssa to see if I could still go there later, and that I was just hanging out with Dominic and Eric. That's what I told Dominic. But if I called her, I could have just generic, like, hey, how are you doing? Can I still come over tonight? Yeah, it's me, Bradley. I'm calling him, I don't know, something generic. I was just trying to say, but she didn't pick up, and I didn't leave it.
So if they picked up, somebody picked up and they said, yeah, you can come over, how would you have gotten there at that point?
Green Gates is back there. It's within walking distance of Chris's house, maybe 15-minute walk. Yeah, I've been there a number of times, you know, so I know like the neighbors' yards and, you know, stuff like that. So I thought maybe if I could get, tell them go to Green Gates, or no, I didn't suggest Green Gates. Somebody else said something about Green Gates, but I was just trying to get close to that road back there. Because from Pam's house, from Meadow Lakes Loop to Meadow Lakes Drive, I think I could get away at that point, and get to her house. I thought that I could.
So that bridge, where the cab picked you up after you burned the Bronco, I don't think we went through that part of what your role was in that last week. So let's go ahead and finish that up. You guys are driving off with the gas. Somehow you manage these phone calls, and where do you go next? Who's talking? Who's suggesting where to go?
When we're in the cab,
No, in the Bronco before you torch it.
well, we were going the back road, so where Meadow Lakes Loop connects to Pittman.
But was there a destination in mind?
Not at that point. It was when the fire station, Pittman, the Pittman Fire Station, it connects to Church. There's a fire station at that little T. I said, well, we could just go back to the Chirac Road back there, the bridge back there. You know, it's close. We could just get this over with, go home. So when we drove past the bridge, went up to the so there's a bunch of big rocks in where you pull into Chirac to where you can't drive down on into the down part. So it's just a little turn off kind of, and I said kind of we go up to Baldy. We couldn't really just burn the truck right in front of Schrock. It'd be right there, right next to the road, 30 feet from the road. After we cross the bridge, there's the mailboxes right there. We took a right and followed the road up to the trailhead where Baldy is, and Dominic just drove just not even that far up it and said that it was good right there. And me and Eric got out, or Dominic got out, Eric got out. I got out on the driver's seat. I put one gas can on the passenger side for Eric, and we just covered everything with gas. And after that,
Who lit it?
I lit it on fire.
Now, at this point, yeah, I mean, you testified over and over you had no intention for David to be hurt or killed, no intention to plan or help. But once he had been killed, was it your intention to help destroy this vehicle by arson?
I only went and got the gas because Eric didn't want to go in there. He didn't want to be on camera, and Dominic was like, "Well, you should go get the gas."
Well, objection, that's not the answer to Mr. Provost's question. It was whether he intended
Sustained.
to have the Bronco burn.
Yeah.
Sustained.
So you're getting gas because you know there's a plan to burn the Bronco, right?
Yeah.
And did you say you suggested Mount Baldy or somebody? Yeah?
Yeah.
You suggest, so, because it's further away from the road, more private, more remote? Right? Okay. So you are involved in, does that sound like intending to burn the Bronco?
Yeah.
Okay, so you,
Yeah.
are you intending to burn the Bronco at this time?
At that point, yeah.
And you did you did assist in pouring the gas, lighting it?
Yeah. Yes.
So in the interview where you'd been denying any involvement and then eventually said, worst case scenario, I burn the Bronco. You remember saying that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, after burning the Bronco? I mean, after it was lit?
We walked down the hill, and Dominic, he didn't ask me or Eric in particular. He just said, "Well, how are we going to get back?" And Eric said, "Well, we could call a cab." Eric had money still. He said we could call a cab back back to his house. He said he wanted to get some stuff. We walked down to the Chirac Road Bridge, and I said, "Well, we could wait here for the cab." After Dominic called the cab, we waited. I don't remember how long, 20, 30, 40 minutes. When the cab driver picked us up, Eric kind of started talking a little bit more. He said he wanted to get,
So before the cab arrived, you had testified that you had lit the Bronco with alcohol. Not testified, when you're, during these interviews, that you had stated that you had used, you guys had a bottle of alcohol, and that's what you used to torch the car?
yeah,
You left out the gas part, stopping at a gas station.
yes.
What was going through your head that you would admit that you participated in torching the Bronco, but why leave out the gas station, or why say it was alcohol?
Dominic, at, I don't remember at what point, sometime after, Dominic said that he might be on video at the holiday, and that he didn't want, don't say anything about the holiday, basically, because he might be on video. That's why I just said that we had alcohol and I lit it on fire, because Dominic didn't want, for me to say then Dominic's on video, that type of thing.
Okay. All right, so that's what you said back then, and that's why. Now, if you could continue, best of your recollection today, you lit the Bronco, and who called the cab?
Dominic, it was on
Okay.
Dominic's phone. Dominic
And
called.
who had the money?
Eric.
All right. And you waited about 40 minutes before the cab arrived? 30, 40 minutes?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right.
When the cab drove by at first, because he didn't see us, we were standing.
Did
on
you
the-
see the cab when it drove
Yeah.
by?
And he went to like the mailboxes and turned around. And on the way back, he seen us. He asked where we were going. I don't remember what road Eric told him. I think he told him the school's driveway, the road to the school, new path or something like that, or pathways. And so when we got in the car, Eric started talking about going to his house and getting his backpack, getting the food and like the rest of the bottles and stuff. There's the alcohol, and we were short money. We didn't have enough to get back all the way, so we dropped this.
So this discussion about getting food and, did you say heater? At what point, was that while you're in the cab or after, when you were walking back? At what point was that statement made?
That we were in the cab still.
Okay. And how is it so Eric's doing the talking about the food and heater?
Yeah.
And where's Eric going with the food and the heater?
He said that he couldn't go back home, and because they knew that I was going to Alyssa's, they kind of just said that they wanted to go with me, and I just, they were like, well, we're gonna come with you. So I was just, I didn't want to disagree him at that point.
Do you know why Almendinger didn't want to go back home?
I think he was mad that his dad was mad that he just left. And at some point, Eric had his tablet, I think, while we were sitting at the Schrock Road, the bridge, while we were waiting for the cab, and he saw that his dad was texting him, and that it was like, where are you and David, and stuff like that. And he said he didn't want to go back.
So are you having this is where you're at right now. What you're describing is accurate to the best of your recollection today of what happened after the cab picked you up?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there specifically an invitation by you to come to the shack?
No.
Were you ever able to communicate with Alyssa that you'd like to come back that night, or was that already, did Alyssa know that you were planning to come back on the night of the 13th of November, 2016?
I don't think that I told her that I left.
Okay. Would you mind just take that pointer and point out from where the Bronco was the direction and how far or where the cab picked you up and how far it got you before you had to walk to Almendinger's?
This is where the Bronco was. Down right here is where the Schrock Bridge is. Right here. And okay, so I don't remember the exact route that.
How about where you got dropped off?
Somewhere. Somewhere along right here, a little bit before, yeah, Palmer Wasilla Highway. So, right here somewhere.
And Almendinger's neighborhood is?
This is his neighborhood.
Can I have a seat? So the cab got you most of the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you can recall happening or being said at that point in time once you get dropped off and you're walking back to Almendinger's?
Nothing significant.
Okay. And there was discussion then about staying at your shed or on Mrs. Bledsoe's guardian's property, and plan was to go get supplies.
Yeah, Eric was talking about getting a heater and.
And
some-
Austin Barrett has stayed at Devin Peterson's, so that would be you,
Me, Eric, and Dominic.
three of you?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you proceed over to, do you walk the rest of the way to Almendinger's house, or you stop at the shed
Yeah.
first?
We went to Eric first.
Okay.
Um,
Any discussion when you got to, what time of the night or morning do you think it was now? Is this the November 14th by now, or still?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody happen to mention the time of morning at that time, early morning? Recall?
I don't remember. No.
Any sign of Mr. Almendinger or his mother awake or anything like that when you showed up?
It didn't look like anybody's awake. No.
Okay, when you arrived at the property, where did you go?
We came in, so from the high school, there's the trail behind it, the road, the Kangaroo Road. When it comes to the road, so directly from Kangaroo, then there's a road, then there's two backyards, and that's the backyard's right behind Eric's house. We came in back that way by the chicken coop. They had a chicken coop back there. And Eric went into the camper because he wanted to get the heater out of it. And
Okay, so let me just hold there for a moment, and then you can proceed, but
Well, it's noon, so is this a good place to break at this point?
Sure, can I just ask one more question?
Sure.
All right. So remember where you're at now. My question is, in looking back now, starting with when you started telling what happened last week, not from the interviews, but from what you recall actually happened. It started in the afternoon. You were at Alyssa Bledsoe's shed. Some partying, going to Almondinger's. David gets beat up. The drive out to the butte, I guess it's called. David is murdered. Drive to Devon's, get gas, burn the Bronco, make it back to Almondinger's. If you think back to where we're leaving off now, where you're back at the camper, can you describe your state of mind?
I'm going to object, Judge. There were questions about his state of mind throughout. Now we're talking about his state of mind during that whole chunk of time.
No.
From Alyssa's shed all the way to getting back.
No,
No.
I think it's just at the camper.
Just at the
What was he
camper,
thinking at the time
after
he
all
got
that
to
had
the
taken place,
Okay, that's fair enough. Go
and
ahead.
walking and the hours and the partying, what was your, if you can think back what you're feeling or thinking now that you're back at the trailer, what was your state of mind?
I was kind of still shocked and scared, but a little bit relieved that, you know, it's over and that nothing else happened.
And how were you feeling about these Eric and Dominic and coming to your shed that night or Alyssa's shed that you were staying in?
I didn't really ask them if they wanted to come over. They just kind of included themselves along with me. But I didn't want to be like, well, I didn't want them to be mad at me if I just told them, you know, go find somewhere else to go.
All right.
Okay, members of the jury, we'll go ahead and break for lunch today. You're free to leave the courthouse if you'd like. We'll come back and report to the jury assembly room by 1:15.
We left off where you were dropped off by the cab and you were heading to Almondinger's property. And you testified how Almondinger wanted to get a heater and some food and whatever. And they wanted to spend the night at the shed that you were staying at. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So is that what happened, is you went and walked to Almondinger's property?
Yes.
All right. So what happened when you arrived at the property?
When we, so Eric went in the camper first. Me and Dominic waited by like the front where the hitch is.
You waited?
Yeah.
Okay, the hitch on the trailer.
And Eric was grabbing something, and he said for us to, he was like, come here and look at this. And he was standing kind of by the first bench, in between that and the sink or the shelving right there. And there was blood on the floor, and he kind of got freaked out. He said, "We need to clean this up, otherwise my dad will see it." And
Did Dominic say anything at that point? About what Eric's, we gotta clean this up?
I don't remember what Dominic said.
Did you say anything in response to that you recall?
I told him that I wanted to wait outside.
So what happened next?
Um,
Well, why did you want to wait outside?
I didn't want to see any of that stuff. Eric went into the garage that's attached to the house. Not the one we were in earlier, but there is cleaning supplies and bleach and stuff in there. He also grabbed the food. He grabbed the rags, the bleach, and the food out of the other garage. When he came back, him and Dominic went into the camper, and I was just waiting back at the front where the hitch is. And
Did Eric say anything to you, like, no, you gotta come in and help, or anything else about staying
he
outside?
said, "If you're gonna stay outside, that's fine. Just tap on the window or something if you see my dad or hear my grandma or hear anything." I just sat up in the outside and waited for them to get out.
Did you see what he brought into the trailer with him?
Yeah, I seen the bottle of bleach and the rags.
And
Yeah,
was there a bucket of water or anything like that?
I don't remember seeing that.
Pure bleach?
Yeah,
As
it
far as-
was the Clorox, the white one with the blue label. I don't know how long they were in there. Maybe I didn't have a phone. Maybe 5, 10 minutes, 7 minutes. After that, he grabbed the bottle and half a bottle that we had left in there from earlier.
Of what?
Alcohol. I don't. One was a bottle of gin, and one was Southern Comfort. He grabbed that. He grabbed a jar of weed from the top bunk. And he put that in the backpack with the food in it. Grabbed the heater and an extension cord, and we left after that.
Anything else get carried out of the trailer that night?
Eric just had his backpack, and
Were you carrying anything?
Dominic had he had a rug in his hand.
In the interview, I believe you described it as a blanket. Could you see at the time, did you know it was the rug rather than just a blanket?
Not right away.
Okay.
Once we got kind of out of the woods, once we left, so Dominic had the rug in one hand and the heater in the other hand. And when we were walking back through the woods after we got out onto the street, I could see it was the rug. And we went to the bottom of the hill on Kangaroo Street. And Dominic said that there was blood on it, so I had to light it on fire too. That we actually used alcohol on.
Who put the alcohol on and lit it?
Eric did. He pulled the open bottle from his backpack, and he poured it on the rug.
Were you asked by Sergeant Wegson to help locate that rug?
He asked me where it was. I told him where it was.
Okay. Did he ask you to even walk you to it? Show him where it was? If you recall?
I think he did, but then he just pulled it up on Google Maps on his phone or whatever it was on his phone, and I showed him where it would be.
But you're saying you don't remember him specifically asking if you can show me right now? Do you remember that? And what your response was?
I don't remember. I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember exactly what he said.
Well, in any event, you did cooperate and told him where it was at, and apparently Googled it, and that was satisfactory. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And from how long were you standing around this rug burning?
At that point, I was getting cold, and they wanted to make sure it was, Eric and Dominic wanted to make sure it burned all the way. So I started walking up the other side of the hill after they lit it on fire, maybe 30 and 45 seconds. I wanted to get back to Alyssa's.
And is that what you did?
Yeah, well, they caught up with me on the road from Pathways to the highway.
So when you first got back to the shed, what did you do?
I think we just settled in, and I plugged in the heaters. I unplugged the TV and the DVD player, plugged the heaters in, because too much electricity being used out there pops a breaker inside, so can't have too much like electricity running through there at once. Plugged the heaters in. I think I used Dominic's phone to text Alyssa. She came out some point. We just started drinking and smoking after that.
Right away after you got set up, or fall
Sometime
asleep
after.
for a while first, or was it pretty soon after getting back?
It was a little bit before Alyssa came out.
Okay.
I
Do you know approximately what time she came out? Was there any dawn light coming up yet?
I don't remember. I didn't have a phone.
Okay. Now, how long do you think it took Alyssa after getting your message to come out?
I don't remember.
But she did come out?
Yeah. Yes.
And she hang out with you guys for a while, or?
Yes.
So it's you, Dominic, Eric, and Alyssa now? 4 of you?
Yes.
In her presence, was there any discussion of what transpired that night before, or in the few hours before?
No.
Nobody made any kind of comment that set her off or let her alert her what had happened or where you had been?
No.
discussion? So you guys were drinking and smoking for a while. What happened after that?
Um, Eric, we stayed up, and Eric, me and Dominic and Alyssa stayed up for a while. I don't remember what time Alyssa went in, but Eric, he peed his pants and stuff, and he was throwing up all over himself, and he was being loud. So we,
Was Alyssa still there at that time?
yeah, I
Or
think
she-
so.
Okay.
Me and Dominic got him into the camper and laid him down because he was pretty drunk at that point. He was throwing up on himself.
Was he blacked out or was he still awake?
I think he was blacked out. He wasn't.
So
making
you
any
remember
sense.
seeing two videos put into evidence?
Yes.
And one of them is, sounds like a party, and are you in that, are you present at that time? That
Which
first video?
I assume so. I don't
Yeah, okay. Do you know who took the video?
know.
Do you recall seeing the video where you are, well, it was described as carrying him or putting him down, but do you recall that short video of Eric Almendinger and you?
A little bit vaguely. I don't.
Okay.
I just remember he was throwing up on himself, and I was trying to take his sweatshirt off.
Okay. So the inference that it was he was in your arms versus kneeling over, taking off his soiled clothes. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you were doing in the camper itself?
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Did he have other clothes that you could put on him?
No.
So it was a blanket or sleeping bag?
Yeah.
Okay.
Opened up a sleeping bag and put it over him.
And is that where he stayed for the rest of the night, in that camper?
I think so.
Do you remember much at that point? I mean, as far as either fatigue or been a while since you had alcohol or weed, but back to, drinking and smoking. Do you recall, I mean, how much do you recall that, those wee hours in the morning? Do you guys crash out, or Alyssa go back to the house? What do you remember, if anything?
Alyssa went back inside, and Dominic kind of settled in on the couch, and I went and made sure that Eric still had his sleeping bag over him. And then I came back to the camper, and back down to the shed, and Dominic looked pretty tired at that point. He looked like he was half asleep, so I laid down. I don't remember what time it is, maybe 5, 6 in the morning. I don't remember specifically.
So, what was going on in your head or your heart? How were you feeling once you got back into that shed? What was going through your mind, if you remember?
I just wanted to try and forget all of that. It was a lot. I just wanted to try and drink and smoke the memories away. I don't know.
what was, now at this point, at some point, when you wake up or thereafter, were you thinking of what you were gonna do? After what you witnessed and later participated in? Did you have a plan? Where you're gonna go, where you're gonna stay, whether you're going to, what was going on now for the next 24 hours or 48 hours? What's going through your head?
I was just thinking about what happened and, just like, I was just trying to assess how real the threat from Austin was. Because now that I was sober, I was able to think a little bit clearer. Austin knew where my dad lived. He knew where Alyssa was. He met my mom.
When did you next, Austin bailed out at Devin Peterson's house, right?
Yeah.
When's the next time that you recall seeing Barrett? Did he come find you? Did you end up in the same place somewhere else? And approximately when?
It was the 5th. I was still at Alyssa's. It was a couple days later. It was Austin and Devin. I think it was just Austin and Devin. They got a hold of me through Alyssa.
So you still, at that point, you didn't have a phone?
No.
What happened to Eric after he woke up?
Him and Dominic left at the same time. I don't remember where they went.
Do you remember how long they were gone?
They said that they would keep in touch with me through Alyssa. I don't remember the next couple days precisely.
All right, so you testified that you're, part of that time you were kind of assessing threat level from Barrett. You have contact with law enforcement for the first time when Alyssa's truck got pulled over on 11/26. By the time of that interview, what was your assessment of that threat level with Barrett out on the streets?
By that time, he'd already checked in with me, a few days after with Devin. We were at Alyssa's shed. I didn't want to chance it. I didn't want to say anything to the cops. I thought his threat was very real at that time.
Had you been exposed to any of the press or social media or heard about the searches for David Grunwald?
Yeah.
And had you thought about contacting law enforcement one way or another? Or reporting to some other adult that you trust?
I thought about it. I didn't do it, though.
prevented you from following through with thinking of doing that?
I knew what Austin was capable of at that time. I wasn't going to risk it.
So when he had been coming around to check on you, what did, before the 26th of November, 2016, what did those coming around, checking in on you encounters look like? Like where and what was discussed and who was there?
He just wanted to make sure he knew where I was. That's what I was getting from what he was saying to me. Just
Do you know where he was staying at in the meantime?
sometimes at Devon's. I don't know where he was the whole time.
Right.
So he came with Devon once on, I don't remember the day, but it was a couple days after David went missing.
They drive over, or how'd they get to the shed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how many more nights you stayed at the shed after that?
Not specifically. I don't. I only remember leaving. Austin. The second time Austin checked in was the night of the.
Well, what about the 26th? Wasn't he in the vehicle you got pulled over in?
Yeah, he came to Alyssa's again on. I don't remember if it was the 24th or 20. I think it was the 25th.
Halloween? Thanksgiving? Is that Thanksgiving?
It was the morning of the 25th, and my dad came in. I asked my dad if he could come.
So you were at your dad's at that point?
Just for a little bit. I just wanted to get new clothes. I wanted to stay there, but he told me that I couldn't. So after that, we left. We went to Taven's, Dominic's mom's house, his little brother. She let me stay there until the morning of the 30th. Austin left on the morning of the 27th. I think he went to go over to Dominic's grandma's house.
So from Thanksgiving till including the time you got pulled over by Trooper Calt in the vehicle,
Yes.
you were staying at
At Dominic's mom's house, yes.
Was Dominic staying there too?
No, he was mad at his mom.
Would she let you stay there?
Yes.
She let anybody else stay there, like Almendinger or Barrett?
Austin was only there for the night of the 26th, and then she told Taven to tell him he had to leave in the morning.
All right. So we've been through your first interview, and between that time and the 30th, that interview, was Barrett still contacting you or checking up on you? The 30th being that interview with at the station.
He checked in with me on the 30th after I had got my phone. He found out that troopers wanted to interview me.
Was this, he found out after the interview had occurred or ahead of
think-
time?
I think right when they picked me up from Taven.
And when they picked you up from Taven, you say?
Yeah, I think Taven told Dominic, and Austin was with Dominic at that time. Because Austin was on Snapchat, or I don't remember how he contacted me. It was something like that.
So you were still at Dominic Johnson's mother's house?
No, this is after the 30th interview.
Oh, okay, after the interview. And he had knowledge that you had contact with law enforcement? He heard about that?
Yeah,
And how did he hear about that again?
I think Taven told Dominic.
How did Taven know?
Okay, now I'm gonna object. This is getting into like hearsay times 3 or 4.
I'll sustain the objection.
So,
I was at Dominic's mom's house when the troopers showed up and wanted to interview me. Shortly after, Dominic and Austin got a hold of me. Once I got a SIM card for my phone.
okay. And then we've already covered the hotel business and in your testimony last week, right? You're at the hotel, how you got there, how they contacted you and came over. Do you recall
Yeah.
all that, testifying to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings us up through the 6th. What is, think back now. Did you continue to, as you call it, make assessments of the threat level, so to speak? What were you feeling around that time as far as,
The 6th,
yeah, after that last interview?
Um,
And that was the interview where you testified that Austin told you that whatever Eric said about what happened, just, that's the story, right? Is that what you remember testifying to?
yeah, that Austin told me to say it was all Eric.
So when that interview ended, did you have any more contacts with, so we know what your threat assessment was based on that, but after that, did you have any more contacts with Austin Barrett before you were arrested?
He gave an interview on the 7th. Did he? I was just trying to get the date right.
Well, you were arrested on the 9th, right?
Yeah.
You had the interview on the 6th.
Yes.
So he had an interview in between. I think you're right, it's probably the 7th, but I'd have to look at the timeline.
After
His interview?
After his interview,
How did he find you?
Snapchat.
And where were you after his interview? Where did he find you?
Yeah, I didn't meet with him.
Okay.
He was using Dominic's Snapchat, I think, because he texted me on Dominic's, but he was like saying like, I just gave an interview, and your story better match up with mine. And it confused me because I didn't know if it was Dominic or Austin at that point. And then afterward he said, "This is Andrew." So I took that to mean that it was Austin when he said that. And I was at my brother's house I think for the rest of that week.
So your mom was at the 12/6 interview, right? You left with your mom?
Yeah. And my mom dropped me off at my brother
Okay.
Alan's house.
And your brother's name was
Alan?
Alan. He lived out by the Butte.
Yeah.
Same brother that when in the summer or the winter of 2015 came up 14 to 15. You came up from your grandmother's in Washington. Your mom placed you with for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where you stayed between the interview on the 26th,
No,
And-
just from the 6th to the
I mean, the
9th.
6th, until you were arrested. And you stayed at your brother's then?
Yeah, my mom basically made him let me stay there. He didn't want to at first, but at the end he did.
And did Austin Barrett try to contact you at your brother's house before your arrest?
The last contact I had with him before got arrested was on the 7th.
Okay. So you're arrested on the 9th. At any point, had you thought about contacting, not necessarily from the jail as such, but you could have asked a correctional officer to speak with law enforcement if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
How soon after your arrest were you arraigned and appointed a public defender?
Shortly after that.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact day.
And did your public defender make any, provide any recommendations about what to do at that point with respect to cooperation?
I asked him if they were going to come talk to me again. He said probably not. They thought that we were all liars at that point, and that it would be pointless.
All right, Bradley, towards the end of this trial, you decided that you wanted to take the stand yourself and tell this story to admit the lies and omissions in the interviews and the reasons why. At this point, is there anything else you would like to say?
I did this because they wouldn't get what really happened out of my interviews, and that nobody else had told the truth about what really happened, and just to get it out there, what really happened. And maybe even closure for the Grunwalds to know what really happened that night.
And this decision to testify is, you were aware that, and you've heard the judge, that this is not something you were compelled to do?
I did this willingly.
Even though the jury is instructed they're not to hold it against you if you did not take the stand yourself?
Yes.
How does that make you feel now that you've done it?
Objection as to relevance.
Sustain the objection. I don't think it's relevant.
Well, I would argue it is relevant, Your Honor. It's relevant to, it's the cap on, it's like saying that none of his testimony is relevant, that he can't comment on how he feels now that he has testified. He wanted to hopefully get closure.
But-
Maybe the Grunwalds get closure.
Please
I mean, I can ask him, do you feel like you have closure, or?
If I could get the Grunwalds on the stand in rebuttal to ask them if they feel like he gave them closure. I'll
Okay, I
let 'em
think we're
answer the
getting
question.
far afield. I'm just gonna stand for my objection.
All
He's
right.
already explained why he did it, and he's already answered that question, I think, so.
You're all done, Bradley. You're done with direct examination. You know Mr. Kalachak is going to be cross-examine you, so you're not done on the stand.
Okay.
You wanna begin now?
Okay.
We'll
Whenever
break
the
at
court-
3, so we got 45 minutes, we can go. And then we'll come back and finish till 4:30 or so, all right?
And just, when does the court want to take a break, just so I know?
It's 2:15, we started at 1:30, so let's see, we would probably go for a half an hour or so to 2:45.
Okay, thank you.
Then we'll come back and go to like 4:20 or 4:30.
Sounds good. All right, my first question, how do we know that you didn't shoot David Grunwald?
You can't say that I didn't, but I'm saying that I didn't.
Right, so basically, you're saying we have to take your word for it, is what you're saying, right? Right?
There's no evidence that would point towards me.
What evidence is there that Austin Barrett shot him?
It was his gun.
So the guns were being switched. According to your testimony, Dominic Johnson was using Eric Almeninger's gun. Okay, I get it, it's his gun. What evidence is there that Austin Barrett shot David Grunwald?
There is none.
Right? What evidence is there that Dominic Johnson shot David Grunwald?
There is none.
Right? So for you, you're just asking us to take your word for it, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you're asking us to do that test, we have to look at your previous 3 recorded interviews with law enforcement where you told lies throughout the interviews, right?
I did tell lies during those interviews, yes.
Now, so as we sit here right now, we have 4 different, whatever you want to call it, stories, let's call it, right? From you.
Yes.
And they're very different, right?
Yes, sir.
We got the 11:26 story. I was drunk. I don't remember. I might have been in the cab, something like that, right?
Yes.
We got the 11:30 story. I was with Almeninger and Johnson, but they picked me up from Peterson's house. I don't know anything about David, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then we got the 12:06 story where you snitch out Eric Almeninger, right?
Yes, sir.
And you put everything on Eric Almeninger throughout that interview, right?
Yes, sir.
And now we got your 4th story here in trial, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
How are these people supposed to know when Bradley Renfro was telling the truth or when he's lying?
I explained why that I lied already, sir.
So you're just gonna rely on those explanations? And they should too? Let me ask you a different one. How is it any different in these last few days than it was when you were talking to Alaska State Trooper investigators who were at that time investigating the disappearance of a young teenager?
At that time, I found that threat that Austin had put against me and Alyssa and my mom. I'd seen what he did, So I thought that that threat could be very well carried out.
Right, this threat that was never communicated during the 11:26 interview and 11:30 interview, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Well, that was gone over during Mr.
It was in the
Provost.
statement of the evidence.
Well, they went over those interviews in detail, and there was never any talk about him being afraid of any of the others. So that's been established. On 11:26, 11:30, there was no.
Well, I
talk
think it
about-
has to be, specific. So the first two is what you're talking
Right,
about.
right, that's when I said 11:26, 11:30.
I think that's correct. So I don't think there was any threats. But the jury can review the entire interviews to see that, so.
So you didn't just lie to troopers who were investigating the disappearance and later the murder of David Grunwald. You also lied to your mother to her face on 2 separate occasions when she was basically telling you, for the sake of the Grunwalds, tell everything you know, right?
I did lie to my mom, yes.
Now, this testimony of yours that you felt used by the troopers, how in the world did you feel used by the Alaska State Troopers that were conducting an investigation?
Back then, when I was younger and more immature, that's what I felt at that time. I remember feeling.
What didn't you understand about it? They told you they were investigating the disappearance of David Grunwald, and you already knew that he had been killed, right? And you feel like they're using you, it's about you, you're being used by the state troopers, you were offended by their questioning of you, knowing that you had been involved in a murder?
Like I said, sir, when I was younger and immature, that's how I felt at that time.
And we'll explore more about your lifestyle back then and some of your thoughts about the police officers back then. All right, so we can get that out of the way. You told big fat lies in all the interviews to the troopers, right?
Yes, sir.
Huge lies.
Yes, sir.
Not just little lies, but significant lies, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about your testimony in this trial, right? How, you got arrested what day?
December 9th, 2016.
And you have been awaiting your trial this whole time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you had been studying the discovery that was provided by the state?
Yes.
Are you taking a proactive role in the defense of your case, I understand?
Yes, sir.
And what discovery have you been studying?
Interviews, what others have said, phone records, the stuff that was used in the first 2 trials.
So in other words, you have seen everything that I provided to the defense attorneys as discovery under the criminal rule. You have seen those things, right?
Not every page, but most of it, yes.
Right. In the last 2 years, you have studied all that stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in terms of knowledge of the case, you and I are pretty much on equal footing right now in terms of the discovery, right?
I haven't seen every page.
Right, but the difference being is that you were there when all these things happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you rehearse your testimony in any way?
Rehearse my testimony?
Yeah, like, did you write notes about what you were going to testify about?
Yes.
Did you do a dry run with any of the attorneys before you testified?
Not a dry run, just like general questions. You know, I wanted to tell my story.
Now, you agree that as you sit here, you have a huge stake in the outcome of this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You're the defendant in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
And the outcome's going to affect your future greatly, right?
Yes, sir.
Either way, right? Now, I did notice you learned not to use the F word, which is good. Was that just what, a tactical, or is that just, you got older, you knew that you can't use that in court?
I've been trying to better myself, sir.
So you're saying you're a different person as we are here in the fall of 2019 than you were in the fall of 2016?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Yeah. And is that because of you reflecting on this case? Is that why you're a different person?
I don't know how to answer that.
No. You're the one that said you changed, so tell me what made you change from 2016 to now?
Just trying to grow up, sir.
Well, like, do you still listen to rap music, for example?
It's on the radio, yes.
But you still listen to it?
Yeah, when it comes on.
Okay. So you're saying, how have you changed? Maybe I should ask you that.
How have I changed?
Yeah.
I've become more respectful. I feel like I don't know how to explain it to you, sir.
Now, before I ask you my other questions, I want to kind of narrow down the examination so I'm not all over the place, but I want to understand a couple of your positions before I ask you the rest of the question. You're saying that in your mind, you're not guilty of any of the crimes that you're charged with, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Including the burning of the Bronco?
I did light it on fire, but Dominic, he wanted me to get the gas cans and, to light the Bronco on fire because, as he told me, he said, well, you haven't really done anything in this and you seem
No,
reluctant.
but are you saying, let me ask you more specific, are you saying you were forced to help burn the Bronco?
I would say so, yes.
In which way? Physical force, mental, what kind of force was exerted upon you to get you to burn the Bronco?
The threat that Austin weighed over us. I
So
would
it's
say.
still Austin's threat that's prevailing during the burning of the Bronco, even though he's not part of the group anymore?
In a way, yes.
But not Dominic's or not Eric Allmendinger's, right?
They didn't express verbally a threat, but I perceived it just the same.
All right, and so let me go through your positions again. From what I heard, you didn't help beat David Grunwald. That's your position as you sit here right now.
No, sir, I did not help in that.
You were forced to go in the Bronco. Is that your position?
Yes, sir.
What type of force was exerted upon you and by whom?
At that time, I was not. I had been smoking.
You what?
At that time, I was high
Right.
a little bit.
Well, I'll get to that eventually.
Yes, sir. I was shocked. They didn't say, hey, get in the Bronco or else, but that's what it, sometimes you don't have to say that. You can still perceive it as
So you
that.
were high, but you were perceiving this implied, what? What do you call it?
I'd call it a threat, sir.
And so then you were forced to stay in the Bronco?
For the drive, yeah.
And how were you forced to stay in there?
They wouldn't, I wasn't able to get out.
And you were forced to go out into the woods?
Yes, sir.
By whom?
Austin.
And you were forced to go to Devin Peterson's?
Yes, sir.
But then you made the suggestion because you were kind of, you had a secret agenda, you're saying? Is that right?
I wanted to get out at Devin's.
And then you were forced to go to the holiday?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the 6th, you said it was everybody's idea to burn the Bronco in your interview. That's not your position anymore? Are you backpedaling from that?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, on the 6th, you said it was everybody's idea to burn the Bronco, and on the 6th, the interview on the 6th, you also said it was your suggestion that you obtained the gas can from Devin Peterson.
When I said it was everybody's idea, I lied.
In the interview?
Yes, sir.
We can chalk that up to another lie?
Yes,
How
sir.
about you suggesting the gas cans at Peterson's? Is that as you look at it now, in your opinion, is that the truth or is that a lie?
That is the truth.
The other thing I want to clarify is this your testimony that you were scared. Who are you scared of?
I was scared of Austin.
Just Austin, right?
I was scared of Dominic too, but not Dominic. All Dominic did was pistol whip him. I knew he was capable of some violence, but it was more Austin.
And not Eric Almeninger?
No, sir.
Okay, so it's all Austin now, right?
Yes.
And when did you become scared of Austin? Was it after the pistol whipping and murder, or was it sometime before that?
It was when Austin said that I've got to do this.
So that happened on the Bronco, during the Bronco ride, right?
Yes.
Okay, so before the 13th, you weren't scared of Austin at all, right? No fear at all of Austin?
I had no reason to, no,
Right.
sir.
And before the 13th, obviously not scared of Johnson at all, correct?
I had no reason to, no, sir.
Not scared of Almeninger at all?
I had no reason to, no, sir.
Not scared of Peterson at all, right?
I had no reason to, no, sir.
And you saw all that gang stuff, right? I mean, the Peterson and the blue coffin with 2 guns, you saw all that stuff, right? On the phones.
Yes, sir, I've seen it.
And you saw the Almeninger stuff with the gun and the killas and all that, right? Before the 13th.
Yes, sir.
Right. So none of that stuff made you scared of any of these people, right?
No, sir.
Because you were doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I didn't take it that seriously. I didn't have a gun. I didn't have a blue
Right.
bandana.
Yeah, I mean,
I-
I'm
that's
sure
just-
that they would say the same thing.
He was answering, Your Honor, he's being interrupted.
You let him finish.
You didn't take it seriously, huh?
No, sir.
Well, how were they taking it seriously back then,
Uh,
before the 13th?
I didn't think that they were taking it seriously before the 13th.
So that you guys were all in the same boat. You were doing stuff but not taking it seriously. They were doing stuff and not taking it seriously, right?
I can't say what they thought.
Well, you gave a lot of opinions about them during the whole course of the last 3 days. You're hanging out with them. You're one of their good buddies. You're right?
I was back
Yeah.
then.
So you're not taking the gang stuff seriously and they're not taking it seriously, right? Before the 13th.
I don't know if they were or not.
Now, you heard like some of the parents testify. For example, you heard Alana Peterson testify,
Yes, sir.
and she talks about how all you guys, the rest of the guys, were bad influences on Devin, right? You heard that testimony.
That who was bad influences
The
on
rest of you
Devin?
guys were bad influences
Wait
on
a second,
Devin.
objection. The rest of you guys, same thing. Let's break it down to names.
Okay?
You heard the testimony that she did not like that Devin was hanging out with the group.
Well, no, not
Including
the
you.
group, individuals.
Well, we know who we're talking about, Judge. There's only 4 people that we're talking about here.
Well, maybe
Almeninger, Renfro, Johnson, and
define
Barrett.
it for the record.
Yeah.
What I perceived from her was not that I was a bad influence. I was one of the ones that was allowed to be there
Right.
a lot of the time.
But Rodney Almeninger banned you from his house, so he thought you were a bad influence, right?
Yeah, he did ban me, but he let me over after that also.
Misty Johnson banned Austin Barrett from her place, even though she let him come back on Thanksgiving with you, right?
She banned him after Thanksgiving is what I
Your
perceived
Honor,
from that.
I'm gonna register one objection for the record for now, and I'll do the fact checking. Mr. Kalachek has prosecuted more than this trial. And I don't recall in this trial Rodney Almendinger stating that, I could be mistaken, but I want to register this objection and I'll get back to the court. If you could hold that ruling, that Rodney Almendinger banned Bradley Renfro from his house.
Yeah, but I just asked him whether he did, and he said yeah. So he's on cross-examination. He took the stand, he didn't have to.
But
So I just asked
cannot
him,
misstate the facts.
I-
Cannot
no, with Renfro,
misrepresent the facts.
I asked,
In
quote,
evidence.
quote, did Rodney Almeninger ban you from the house? He said yes.
That's entirely inappropriate if that's what you're doing, and you need to be called on it. You
Okay.
cannot
He
make up
can't
facts.
refer, did you hear the testimony when it
No.
wasn't the
Well, I
testimony?
asked him
intentionally.
directly whether Rodney
I
banned him
think
from the
that's
house.
fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a fair question.
He did, right?
He did at one point.
Yeah. So you're basically saying, is that you're the only decent human being out of this group of 4 people, right? In your testimony during this trial?
Yes, sir, I would
Because
say
you're,
that.
because you're different than the rest of them, right, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir, I would say that.
Now, going back to what you were in 2016, all of you were a bunch of lawless people, right?
I did not perceive myself to be lawless, sir.
Really? So, were you addicted to marijuana back then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, smoking marijuana, boozing it up, not going to school. Maybe by saying lawless, I mischaracterized it. You were not a rule follower in 2016 by any means.
I had enrolled myself for school.
And how many times did you attend after you enrolled?
I don't remember. It was hard for me to get there. I couldn't
You
find it.
probably had more marijuana smoking days and boozing days than you had school days that fall, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, as to this group of people, so what, you're a rule follower back then, is that what you're saying?
To the extent that I could. I didn't have a place. My dad kicked me out. It was hard on me. I don't know how to explain it to you, sir.
Well, we'll get into some of the details of what we have on video and what you did on these particular days. But again, tell me what rules you followed in the fall of 2016.
In the days of 2016,
Right in the fall of 2016, what rules did you follow?
I tried to enroll myself for school. I was busy trying to find a place to stay at the end of every day. It was not every day I had a place to go at the end of the day, so I couldn't keep going to school. After that, it was hard for me couch surfing.
But the reason your dad didn't want you at his house is because you weren't following the rules.
That's
Objection. It's not in evidence either.
We went through all this, he moved from here to there, he didn't have a
No, I
home.
don't
There-
think the reason why was ever put into evidence. I mean, you can ask him questions, but I don't think the actual reason why it was put into.
Well, now he's on the stand, and,
But-
your dad didn't want you living
Your
with
Honor,
him,
can we
right?
approach the bench?
You can.
Now, you are agreeing that you voluntarily hung out with Austin Barrett before the 13th of November of 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And the same goes for Dominic Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
And the same goes for Eric Almeninger, right?
Yes, sir.
And the same goes for Devin Peterson, right?
Yes, sir.
Hung out, meaning hung out a lot with them, right?
More with Devin than the others.
More with Devin.
Yes, sir.
He was your best friend?
He was a good friend to me.
Right, but Austin was really good buddies with Devin, right?
That doesn't mean that me and him were really good buddies like that.
But you were buddies.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. Do you have anger towards David Grunwald?
No, sir.
The reason I asked that you have anger towards him in 2016,
No, sir.
the reason I asked that is you called him that effing kid in the November 30th interview. And even if you wanted to, say a bunch of lies to the troopers and your mother about the murder of David Grunwald, why did you have to call him that effing kid? You could have not used that statement in the interview. You could have said, I don't know anything about him. I wasn't there. Why did you have to call him that effing kid in the interview?
I don't know why, sir.
Just because that's the way you talked back then?
I would say so. Yes, sir.
So you knew this kid was murdered, and you're lying about it, and then in the interview that you're lying about it, you're calling him that effing kid.
Yes, sir, I did.
And that's a reflection of your mindset in November of 2016, right?
I would say it was a reflection of I was angry that I was in that position, that I had to lie about it in the first place.
I want to talk to you about this alcohol and marijuana use. And the reason I want to do so is when the jury gets instruction about witnesses, the instruction tells them they need to consider the witness's ability to perceive events. And I think it's generally understood that when people are high or drunk, they are not the best perceivers of events. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, sir.
So in November of 2016, you used marijuana a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
That was the glue that held this group together, was the marijuana, right? The partying.
I don't know if that'd be accurate.
Well, you're saying it wasn't the gang stuff. You're saying that nobody took this gang stuff super serious, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we know you're not studying together. Marijuana was the common denominator, right?
We also rode dirt bikes and four-wheelers, too.
Okay.
We had a passion for riding.
So were you addicted to marijuana in the fall of 2016, where you had to have it all the time?
Had to have it all the time.
On a daily basis?
I wouldn't say that I had to have it. It just,
But you really liked it.
yes, sir.
And the rest, same for the rest of the people in the group, right? Devin included.
Yes, sir.
And alcohol, was that normally mixed with the marijuana during these group get-togethers? Like you testified about November 13th?
Yeah, that was sometimes. It wasn't every time.
And what happens when you mix lots of marijuana with lots of booze? What happens in your mind?
You get drunk and high.
And the more you use of each, the more drunk and or high you get?
Yes, sir.
Now, Eric Almeninger, you had been to his house a handful of times before this happened?
Yes, sir.
Is that where the group got most of the marijuana and the booze, from him?
Eric, we didn't, most of that summer and most of the late, up until October, we didn't really hang out with him. we only started hanging out with him recently after that.
Right, your group was more Peterson and Barrett and Johnson, right?
I'd hang out with Devin sometimes. Austin would come over and hang out too, or Dominic, or both of them.
Right,
Yes,
but,
sir.
so you were, your as far as your associations, much more with Peterson and Barrett and Johnson than Elmeninger, right?
At that time, mostly with Devin, yes.
But you did take advantage of the marijuana dispensary at Elmeninger's house, right?
I wouldn't say took advantage, but yeah, we did.
I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but there was marijuana there available all the time, right?
For Eric, yes.
And for all of his friends.
If he wanted to bring it, yes.
Say that again?
If he wanted to bring it with him, or, you know,
So before November 13th, you partied with Peterson, and partied, I mean, used drugs with Peterson, right?
yeah, we smoked weed.
Yep. And same thing with Barrett, together with him.
Yeah, we did.
Same thing with Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
And alcohol use also during those parties?
Sometimes, not all the time. That was less often.
When you can get it?
Yeah.
Now, in the fall of 2016, would you consider you to be in an out-of-control lifestyle in the fall of 2016 before this happened?
What do you mean by out of control?
Well, just, we talked about the constant marijuana smoking, we talked about the alcohol use, we talked about not going to school. I mean, I don't know, I'm asking your opinion about your lifestyle, you know.
There are fully functional alcoholics and people that smoke marijuana. After my dad kicked me out, I did try to enroll myself for Burchell High School. My dad
You
signed
already said that, I get that,
I know, but you were asking me about my lifestyle.
yeah. So,
Every day after my dad kicked me out, sometimes I couldn't find a place to go. So I would say that, yes, being homeless and having marijuana, or I'd say being homeless was out of control, but I could rein in.
you were good with the marijuana habit? That was something you intended to keep doing into the future?
I didn't smoke weed every day. Just whenever I could get it.
Why didn't you guys like cops in the fall of 2000? I mean, there was a distrust of cops in the fall of 2016. Let me ask a more leading question, right? The group distrusted cops, correct?
Why would you say that? I don't understand.
Because of all the emails that we saw, all the messages that we saw. Like,
Wait.
the jury has,
Your Honor, what social media emails involving Renfro? So he has
Well,
to be
no,
specific
he's-
whose social media he's speaking about,
well,
not throw him
I
into
will,
the
but he's
pot.
on the stand, Judge. I mean, we
But
can't
the-
shield him. Oh, not Renfro. I'm asking about the group.
You can ask them about the specific email, who sent them, who was specifically talking
For
about
example,
it.
Peterson had a distrust of cops, right?
He might have. I don't know what he thought.
You had the discovery, you saw the one exhibit that has the communications between Canada, Peterson, and Johnson, where they're all, ragging on the cops, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shared that philosophy too in 2016, right?
I didn't distrust him.
Well, you certainly didn't want to have contact with them because it would interfere with your lifestyle back then.
I wouldn't say my lifestyle, more as I didn't want to have police contact because I didn't want very many chances about saying anything about Austin or what happened.
I need to, I don't know what the, I remember,
That's
I
probably
need
a
to
good
hook up a
time to break,
PowerPoint
so.
to show them a few images for the
Okay.
next series of
Take
questions.
our afternoon break, about 15 minutes, and we'll come back and finish for the day. Okay, so before we go off record, I'm gonna let the defense, I'm gonna let you, Mr. Provost, talk to your client.
Sure.
About the
I mean,
protective order has to do with the dad's suspicions of robbery and meth use and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
We're not getting into any of that.
No, but,
There was a lot of other criminal conduct going on during this time with extended people in this group, and we all know what I'm talking
Well,
about, so.
and one of the other things is, thus far, you know, he has testified that he wasn't scared of anybody before the 13th, so I feel like I don't have to delve into, because if he did say, I was scared of Barrett and of Peterson because of the stuff they were doing, that would open that door, but I feel like since he hasn't said that he was scared of him before the 13th, I don't need to delve into all that other stuff, because his testimony, he limited himself to being scared because of what happened on that day and statements
That was
that
my
were made.
understanding, so I don't think Mr. Provost is going
Right.
down that other road, right? Okay, so just, you can talk to your client about making sure he doesn't open the door to any of that, so. Okay, go ahead. We can go off record. Yep. And then we'll- All right, Mr. Kalichek?
When did you come back from Washington? In 2016?
I don't remember the exact day.
It was in 2016? Or do you not even remember what year you came back from Washington?
It's been a long time, sir.
So you don't know if it was 2015 or 2016? Like, was it right before the fall when this happened, or not?
I think it was 2015. It's been a long time, sir.
Why did you come back from Washington?
I was doing football practice, and my grandma wanted me to go to every single practice, but on Sundays, there is a optional practice. Instead of 8-hour practice, it's a 4-hour practice. And I told her that I wanted to go to church that day, and she, her ex-husbands were all abusive, so she had really bad PTSD, and she freaked out on me, saying she didn't want me to live with her. Like, she just freaked out, and it kind of made me nervous to be around her because she got violent very quickly.
So you're saying you got scared of your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'll get back to that. I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits here that you've already seen during this trial. Let's go to the first slide on that. State's Exhibit number 40. What was going through your mind when you participated in that photo?
I was just identifying with my friends,
Okay, what are you doing with your hand?
throwing up the C sign.
What does that mean?
It's for the Crips gang. It's a hand sign
How did you learn about that?
from them.
From who?
I don't remember who started doing it first in the group, sir.
Who's in that photo with you?
Eric and David Evans.
And where was that photo taken?
I can't tell, sir.
When was that photo taken?
I do not know the day on that.
Are there a lot of photos like that floating around?
I don't know.
Did you guys take a lot of photos like that?
I wouldn't say a lot of photos.
Was that during a party session?
I don't know. I don't know when that was taken, sir.
And you don't know who took it either? Was Almendinger taking the photograph, like a selfie style photo?
He could be. I don't know.
What does that writing mean on that photo?
It's hard for me to see it. I don't know.
It says coolin' with my main homies. What does that mean?
Like chilling with friends,
And chilling means what? Make sure
hanging
I
out.
understand your language.
It's not my language, sir. I would say it's the youth's language, but
Well, that was the language that you adopted in the fall of 2016, right?
but that's a broad category, sir.
What do you call these people in the photo with you?
They were my friends.
Yeah, you're good friends, right?
I don't know when this picture was taken, sir.
Well,
I
did you
need
party with
context.
David Evans too?
I have before, yes.
At Elmeninger's house?
I'm not 100% sure for that, sir.
He's friends with Peterson too, right?
David Evans?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
and with Barrett, right?
I don't know how good of friends they are.
All right. Now, the C, did you learn that from Devin, your best friend?
I don't know who started it.
Well,
I
you
don't
saw the-
remember.
You saw the photos we have in evidence of Devin, you know, those are maybe even worse than this, the one where he has two hands across his chest with the handguns.
I don't know who started it, sir.
You have no idea who started this whole
I
nonsense?
don't remember.
No? And did it go on for a while?
I don't remember how long it went on, sir. It was
Let's go to the next one, Exhibit 44. Let me ask you this, were you forced to participate in these photo sessions, such as the one in Exhibit 44?
I was not forced, sir.
What was going on through your mind when this photograph was taken?
Just hanging out, kind of doing what.
Right. You guys thought this kind of stuff was cool, right? Right?
Cool? I don't know. What is your definition of cool?
Well, that's what you guys like to do. I mean, you are documenting the history of the group. This is what you guys did. This is who you were back in the fall of 2016.
Yes and no. I don't know if I thought it was cool. I would say maybe. It's just what they were doing, you know.
Well, let's go on to your best friend. Let's go on Exhibit 299. Again, this is the kind of stuff you guys thought was cool, right?
I never had.
Objection.
What's
He
it?
needs to lay a foundation whether he was even there. He can't be, asking questions about photos of other people.
Asking him questions
then-
whether the gang photos, whether he thought that was cool, the activity, I think that's fair game at this point.
I think he can ask him about if he who's in the photo. He has to identify him.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I mean,
lay a foundation, but then he can ask.
one of your
things
best
about it.
buddies, Devin Peterson, is in that photo, right?
Yes, sir.
He's got the nasty look on his face with the semi-automatic handgun, right?
A nasty look.
Well, what do you call it, a grimace? I don't know.
Maybe just posing.
Okay. And
I don't
the other
know.
one was your buddy Austin Barrett. Remember him? The guy you hung out with before November 13th all the time?
We did hang out sometimes. Not.
But again,
That's an exaggeration, sure. I
So-
wouldn't say all the time.
this photograph, this is the same type of stuff that we see in the previous two exhibits, right?
No, sir.
No, how is this one different?
There's a handgun in this one, sir.
Okay, but it's the same, you guys are doing the same type of stuff, acting like gangsters, acting like criminals, right?
That's kind of broad, sir. I mean,
Well, how would you describe this?
I wouldn't say they're acting like criminals or gangsters.
Just normal for the group, right?
I wouldn't say it's normal either. I personally never had a gun.
You shot these guns that we have in the case. You shot the 40, right?
I don't know if I ever have shot the Ruger.
You don't remember if you have? At Devin's house?
Yeah, I don't remember that,
You
sir.
handled the Ruger, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've held it before the 13th. Yes, sir.
And you've handled the XDM too, right? Before the 13th.
Yes, sir. Before the 13th.
Right. And so when you say you weren't scared of these guys before the 13th, we have this, now we have this understanding that you knew that they had guns, but yet you weren't scared of them before the 13th. You voluntarily associated with them before November 13th, 2016, right?
Before November 13th.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So despite them having guns, despite all of you doing the gang stuff, you weren't scared of anybody before November 13th, right?
No, sir. I had no reason to.
Okay, let's look at the next one. Who's in that photograph?
Me and Austin Barrett.
And that's a day before the murder, right?
I don't. That's what the exhibit says, but I
Right,
don't know
I
if
put
that's
the
the
creation
timestamp.
date on there, so I don't know if you've looked, you say you looked through all the discovery, it's got the creation dates on the photographs that were provided as discovery.
I said I looked through some of this discovery. Yes, sir.
All right, well, you were there. Let's throw the discovery out for a second. You were there. When was this photograph taken?
The TV says 11/12/2016, sir.
No, I know, but are you saying you don't remember?
I don't remember, sir. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Who's in this photograph?
That's me and Austin Barrett, sir.
Okay, you and your friend Austin Barrett, right? Right?
Yes.
You and your friend Dominic Johnson, right? Right?
What are you referring to?
You, when the photo was taken, that's you and your friend Dominic Johnson, right?
That's Austin Barrett, sir.
Well, we got done with that. Dominic Johnson's in that photo too, right?
Yeah, it could be. I don't know. I can't see his face, sir.
And you don't look scared of Austin, and vice versa, he don't look scared of you, right?
Yes, sir. Or no,
And
sir,
whose
he doesn't.
vehicle was that in?
I think that's. I'm not 100% sure, sir.
You remember the circumstances of when that photograph was taken?
I think that is Devin's mom's Suburban, if I'm not mistaken. That day, that was the day that my phone stopped working, or the night before that, and I was supposed to meet my dad for pizza, but I couldn't get a hold of him, and I forgot what time he wanted me to.
So the date on the exhibit, the creation date, is consistent with the date that your phone stopped working, because you testified before that it stopped working the day before the murder, right?
I don't remember for sure when my phone stopped working. You'd have to get the cell phone records for that, sir.
Okay, let's go to the next one. And this is a combination of exhibits 211, 214, 215, and 216. You've seen these photos before, right?
Yes, sir. They were published in the trial.
Right, but you were also there for this photo-taking session, correct?
For 3 of them, yes.
Well, they're all in the same place, right?
I don't know that for
You don't remember? Let's go through them one by one. The first one, 211, with the creation date of 11/11. Where is that?
Can I come around and see? I
Sure.
can't see. There's a glare.
Sure. Grab the mic. Exhibit 211, the first photograph, you on the couch. Where was that taken?
That looked like Alyssa Bledsoe's house.
And what are you doing?
watching TV, maybe. I don't know.
Who's in the background of that photograph?
I don't know, sir. The face is blurry.
You don't know who was there?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago, sir.
It was a couple of days before the murder. You don't remember who was there at Alyssa Bledsoe's house when this photograph was taken?
No, sir, I do not.
Was everybody high on that day?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Even going closer, you can't tell who that is in the background?
No, sir. I don't know who that is in the background.
And you don't know who took that photograph?
That could be Dominic in the bottom right corner. So maybe he's taking a selfie.
Say that again.
Dominic.
I'm still on
Johnson.
211, the first photograph.
Yes, sir. I'm also. The face right here. It could be Dominic Johnson. So.
Oh, with the hood on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Okay. Could be. So likely him took the photo?
It looks like it.
And November 11th, does it make sense that it was in the few days before the murder?
Yeah, it was before.
And this would have been when Alyssa's parents weren't home because you guys weren't supposed to be in there, right?
Yes, sir.
And I take it you're the one that let everybody else in?
It's not my house. Alyssa would have had to make that decision, sir.
But you knew that you weren't supposed to be in there, right? The group, people knew they weren't supposed to be in there, including Alyssa.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one, 214, with the 11/12 creation date. Remember that, where that was taken?
That looks like maybe Devin's house, or could be Mason's. I don't know, sir.
You don't know where that photo was taken?
It's been a long time since I've seen these people's
So-
houses.
Are you saying that besides you and Dominic Johnson in that first photo, 211, you can't tell us who else was there with you guys at that house on November 11th?
I don't know for sure whose face that is, sir. It's kind of blurry.
All right, the next one, you don't know exactly where that was taken?
I'm not 100% sure, sir.
Who took that photo?
I don't know, sir.
And so we have to rely on the records that the jury has to rely on the exhibits as far as where they came from? Is that what you're saying? We can't rely on your memory?
About these photos, no, sir.
Well, you gave us some very detailed testimony about November 13th. So why is it that you gave us such detailed testimony about the 13th and you can't give me answers as to who you're hanging out with 2 days before the murder?
Why I can't give detailed testimonies
Yeah.
about photos that were
Right.
taken a couple of days before the murder?
Exactly, because you gave us a full description of what happened on the 13th and the morning of the 14th, and I'm asking you 2 days before that, and you're saying I don't remember.
These photos were of no significance to me, sir. What happened the night that David went missing, something like that would get seared into your brain, and you would never forget, sir.
Right. Seared to the point that you shouldn't lie about it to troopers, right?
Depending on the circumstances, sir, with all due respect, I think that it depends on the circumstances.
Let's move on. 215. Is that your friend Austin Barrett?
That was 11/12 of 2016.
It's the creation date on the document, so.
I-
Is that the same place as the previous photo of you?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure.
How about the last one? Can you help me with that one? 216? Where was that taken?
I don't know. It's just me on a couch.
No, you don't look, you're not scared in any of these photographs, right?
No, sir, I had no reason to.
And you're hanging out with Austin Barrett 100% voluntarily before the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're saying that you're scared like crazy of him after the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying you're scared of Dominic Johnson after the 13th also because you saw him pistol whip an innocent young man, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one. Take a look at the circle I drew on that PowerPoint photo. Who's that in the circle?
It looks like me.
Right, it's the same sweatshirt you're wearing. Let's go back to the last slide. See the sweatshirt you're wearing in that last slide with the photo of the creation dated November 12th, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go back to the next one. Same sweatshirt on your body?
It's black and green, sir, yes.
Are you telling me that you don't think that's you?
I'm saying that it
Can
looks
you
like
just give me
I
a
said
straight
it-
answer?
I
Is
said it
that
looks
you?
like-
Is that you in that photograph? States Exhibit number 269.
I said it looks like me, sir. I can't be for sure. You take picture of somebody's face. I don't.
You don't remember being with Dominic Johnson and Devin Peterson on the 18th of November after the murder? After this very memorable event that's been burned into your mind, as you put it? You don't remember being with them at this photo?
Not specifically, sir, no.
No. Is somebody forcing you to put up the Crip sign in this photograph after David Grunwald was murdered?
No, sir, nobody's forcing me.
Why are you doing it?
I think back then, I was just trying to fly under their radar.
You just
I'm
told this jury that you witnessed a pistol whipping and a murder, and you're terrified of Austin Barrett, and you're scared of Dominic Johnson. And here we have a photo of you hanging out with Devin Peterson and Dominic Johnson, and you were flashing a gang sign after the murder. Are you still scared on November 18th, or has all that gone away at this point?
With all due respect, sir, just because you're scared of somebody doesn't mean sometimes you have to. I don't know how else to explain it.
What
Just
I'm
because-
asking you to do
Yes,
is
sir.
explain to me why you are flashing a gang sign after you witnessed the bad guys in your testimony who you described as Almeninger, Johnson, and Barrett pistol whip and murder a young man. Why are you flashing a gang sign 5 days after the murder that traumatized you so much?
I think I was just trying to have them think that I was along for the ride with this one. That's,
Where was that at?
I don't know, sir.
Why don't you know?
Because I don't necessarily specifically remember being with them on that day. I can't tell you, sir.
So again, you're saying nobody forced you to be with them on that day, right? I mean, this is documentation you were with your buddies, Peterson and Johnson on that day, right?
I wouldn't necessarily call them my buddies at that point in time, sir.
You're with
I don't know the circumstances revolving around me hanging out with them.
Well, you're flashing a C sign. It looks like you are, quote unquote, in your own words, chilling with them on November 18th, 5 days after the murder.
You're getting that from the words on a different photo?
No, actually
Chilling?
you used those words, and we'll get to that a number of times in your interview when you're talking about what you were doing at the Bronco after the murder and what you were doing in the Bronco at Peterson's house. But you've used those words before, so
Yes, sir.
are you saying you never used those words before?
I never said that.
Okay, so you're chilling with your friends 5 days after the murder and throwing up the gang sign, right?
I don't know the circumstances revolving this encounter, sir.
What do you mean the encounter? I don't understand what you're saying.
just because I'm with them doesn't mean that I'm necessarily comfortable with being with them at that time.
So it's just gonna be, we're gonna have to take your word for that you were still scared when you were doing this on a photograph? Is that what we have to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to get into this memory stuff, because in your testimony, when your attorney was questioning you, you answered it, that your memory is better today than in November of 2016 about these things, right? Remember saying that?
About the events that happened on the
Yeah.
13th, yes.
Right. And you're telling me you can't remember the other events surrounding the 13th, right? Just the events on the 13th are burned into your brain? For
That's
example,
what the question was about, yes.
yeah, you couldn't tell me where those photos were taken on the 12th, and you couldn't tell me where that photo was taken on the 18th, but you remember everything that happened on the 13th, right?
That's different. Those other photos, places, times, they weren't as significant to me.
Why is it your opinion that your memory is better now than it was back in November when you gave these interviews?
These last 2 years and change, I haven't been smoking dope or drinking.
Okay, so this leads me into these questions. Let's get into the 13th. Okay, I got 20 more minutes with you right now. Let's get into the 13th. In the shed, what did you forget to talk about in your questioning with your attorney?
What do you mean, sir?
What did you leave out in your direct testimony about the 13th?
I answered all the questions that were asked to me, sir.
You left out the shed video and what was talked about in the shed about doing violence onto others, right?
Yes, sir. That video,
The court has made a ruling on that.
That it's
It
coming
was
in.
limited for a single purpose, to show Dominic Johnson's intent.
Well, that's not the only purpose.
The other parties were not in view, and voices talking over each other,
He was there.
He can ask him questions about it. That's
Thank you.
fair.
beyond the scope of the court's order?
The court's
was-
order was that accomplice liability, it shows Johnson's
Come
intent, but
forward.
he was there with them.
Come forward.
Before we get into the video, let me ask you this, okay? Your ability to be a witness to what happened in that shed, what kind of drugs were being used in that shed?
marijuana, the bud form and the dab form,
Right,
sir.
and remind us, who was in that shed before you went over to Almeningers?
Um,
You?
I don't know if I was in that video or not, sir.
I'm asking about who was in the shed. I haven't even gotten to the video.
I know, but I was in the shed.
Right.
Dominic, Austin, Alyssa, maybe Alyssa's older sister, Mallory.
Who's consuming drugs
Uh,
before you went over to Almeningers?
we were all smoking marijuana, sir.
Okay, smoking joints?
Dabs and just out of a pipe, sir.
All right, how many pipes are going around?
I don't remember, sir.
Is everybody taking hits off the pipe?
Yes, sir.
Whose marijuana was it?
I don't remember for sure, sir.
Who's doing dabs?
We all are. I don't know if Mallory is. I don't think she is.
And who's getting high?
We're all getting high, sir.
Right. So is that why you're saying that you don't even know if you were in the shed when the video was taken?
I don't specifically remember that video taking place.
I'm not saying like, do you remember who did the video? What I'm saying is you were there and you know what was being said. You were better, I mean, unless you were totally stoned, you know better what happened in that shed than the 8-second video shows us, right?
If I was there, yes, I would.
Why would you leave where would you go to? All of you guys, you said you're smoking weed, you're doing dabs, everybody's getting high. Where would you go to? Where do you leave to? Give me some other possibilities. Where could you have been?
I don't understand your question. By where else could we have went?
Well, you're giving me this answer. I'm not sure I was in the shed when Dominic Johnson is talking about beating somebody's head in. I mean, that's something you should remember. You gave us such detailed testimony about the rest of the day, and now you're telling me you don't remember him talking about beating somebody's head in?
I could have been using the bathroom outside.
Do you need to watch the video to remind yourself, like you had to do with the transcript many times, to determine whether you were actually in there? And we could pause it on certain spots?
I don't know if that would help refresh my memory,
Let's
sir.
try doing it.
As hard as I can in the head, just to try to muck it very.
Is that shed?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks to be, sir.
Is that Dominic Johnson talking?
Yes, sir.
Is he playing with the dab stuff
Yes,
in
sir.
his hand?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Who else is in the shed?
I don't specifically remember. Nobody before going to Eric's. We had no idea about David Grunwald going to be at Eric's or anything like that. So even if this video did take place, it looks like it was taken out of context.
Well, the video took place. We have it in evidence. Let's get beyond that. I don't know why you're even talking about if the video took place. This is the video.
I meant that if
It's in the shed.
Yes.
You were there doing dabs with Johnson and Barrett, right?
yes, sir.
All right. And that's Johnson talking, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying you don't remember that conversation? Him saying that?
I do not specifically remember that conversation, sir.
What do you remember happened? What conversation do you remember in the shed?
Not necessarily. Just talking.
About what?
Nothing violent. I don't remember that conversation, sir.
Well, this is proof positive that it happened.
Yes, it is.
And you're saying that maybe conveniently you stepped out at that one point?
I don't know for sure, sir.
You remember him sitting in that chair?
I don't think so, sir.
You remember sitting on the couch across from him?
I've been in that shed a bunch of times, so I might just be overlapping memories.
You're saying you don't know who took this video?
I do not know who took the video.
Well,
sir.
it was on Alyssa's phone. You sat here during the trial, so you know that it was created on her phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Why would your girlfriend take a video of your buddy talking about bashing somebody's head in? What interest would she have in that? She didn't even know these guys.
She's her own person. I don't.
Mr. Renfro, did you take this video
No,
using Alyssa's phone?
No, sir.
Why would she have taken the video?
You'd have to ask her. I think she testified that she took it, but I'm not sure.
Well, I think she
I don't remember.
testified that you were all high and nobody knows nothing about the video, about the circumstances, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, how high were you during this time?
I don't remember, sir. I can't say exactly how high I was, if that's what you're asking.
1 to 10? But
Yeah,
most
it's
definitely
broad.
you were high, right?
Yes.
And are you saying you don't remember this video because you were high, or have you put it out of your memory?
Put out of my memory by, what do you mean, sir?
Well, have you convinced yourself that you weren't there when this video took place?
I don't know how to answer that.
So unfortunately, the TV is doing the volume on this one, right? But let's play that again. Did you reviewed this video, right? It was an important piece of discovery, right? You had a chance to review it, right?
I don't think I reviewed it until this trial, sir, because it was relatively new.
All right, well, it's Dominic Johnson saying, in the head as hard as I can, just to try to fucking hurt him, right? I mean, am I summarizing it correctly?
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
And there's other people chiming in, right?
Yes.
And there's
are.
2 other male voices chiming in, right?
I don't know, sir.
You want to listen to it? We can put it on the speakers here. We can unplug the computer, put it on my big speakers. You need to listen to it again to see if there are 2 other male voices speaking in addition to him.
I don't remember, so.
We'll do that. Let's use the process of elimination. What other 2 males were in the shed other than Dominic Johnson?
Me and Austin were over there that night, sir.
So let's before we do that, let's back up on this video. Can we go to the beginning again and try to pause it?
As hard as I can in the head, just to try to fucking hurt.
Now look carefully. There's a hand right there.
As hard as I can.
Okay, so let's back up again. Unfortunately, something happened.
Just to try to fucking hurt.
See, okay. Who's that sitting to Dominic Johnson's right?
I don't know, sir.
You have no idea.
I don't know for sure, is what I should have said, sir.
You don't know if that's a male hand or a female hand?
Looks like a male hand, sir,
Right.
but I don't know for sure.
And the other 2 males that are there are?
It'd be me and Austin.
Okay, let's go on.
As hard as I can in the head, just to try to hurt. Just to try to fucking hurt.
See that? Okay. If you look at it, you need to come out. There's another hand to the left of Dominic Johnson. Do you know who was sitting to the left of Dominic Johnson?
I don't know, sir.
Are you one of the voices that are chiming in when Johnson is saying these things?
I don't think so, sir, no.
Okay, let's try to see if we can get it on the big speakers. Yeah, I think we'll go to that.
See if that works.
Give us a moment here.
As hard as I can in the head, just to try to hurt. Just to try to fucking hurt.
When he starts talking, somebody says Dom. You heard that? And it's a different voice than the one that repeats just to try to fucking hurt him. Did you hear it? Did you hear that? Would you agree that there's 2 different male voices chiming in when Johnson is talking about hitting somebody on the head?
I don't know.
Did you say Dom while he was talking?
I don't know, sir.
You want me to play it again?
no matter how many times you play it, sir, I don't know if I'll be 100% sure.
Let's try one more time.
First, I'll throw it as hard as I can in the head, just to try to fucking hurt.
Heard the Dom when he's talking?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's what you guys called him, right?
Yes.
Now, who repeats just to try to fucking hurt him? Is it you or Austin?
I don't know, sir.
You can't tell?
I think we got a voice recognition expert on that. No clarification, sir.
Well, he said it was two separate voices, right? You got his report.
Yes, I think he did.
Yeah. And process of elimination. 3 men in that shed, right? You, well, Dominic Johnson first, the main speaker, right? And the other men were Austin Barrett and Bradley Renfro, right?
That seems reasonable, yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury you don't remember that happening in that shed?
Not specifically, no, sir. I no matter how many times you play it, I still won't remember.
Well, so we know that that's only part of it. That's like an 8-second clip. And we know there was more talking before and after that wasn't captured on video. And I take it you're not going to be able to fill me in on what the discussion was right before this 8-second clip?
There was no talk of, the only thing I know is that there was no talk of David Grunwald that night.
Well, I'm not
Until he
asking
had, I
about-
know, but what I'm telling you is, sir, if I was present for that, and Dominic is saying that, sir, that it's taken out of context.
How so? I'm just asking about, did he talk about doing harm to some human being a few hours before you guys went to Almeningers? I'm not even asking you whether he was talking about David Grunwald.
Well, the reason it was let into the court was for the sole purpose of Dominic being identified as the principal in the assault,
Well,
an assault.
Not really, because you're charged as an accomplice, and if you had knowledge of this before you went there, if you already had knowledge that he was locked and loaded to do damage to somebody, that'd be important.
I've never seen Dominic ever do anything violent to another
Now, my
person.
question, Mr. Renfro, what I'm asking you is, why don't you remember this video that happened in the shed when you were there and likely you're talking on it?
Because I'm high. I don't know exactly, sir, why I don't remember that
Well, hold
video.
on, it's different. Because you're high or because you don't know? Try to give me a straight answer here. Why don't you remember what's depicted in this video?
I can't tell you, sir.
You can't tell me because you feel it's against your interest to acknowledge that you were in the shed listening to Dominic Johnson talking about bashing somebody's head in?
No, sir. If I knew, I would tell you.
And you can't tell us what was talked about right before this statement?
No, sir.
And you can't tell us what was talked about right after the statement that was recorded on this video?
No, sir.
You're just saying it was like the typical blah, 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 high conversation that the group always has, right? Right?
No, sir. What I'm
What do you-
saying, I've never seen Dominic do something violent to another person. So,
You did. You saw it
Not
3
before.
hours later.
yes, sir. But before that,
But that wasn't my question.
so I probably wouldn't remember this.
You're
just
missing my
because.
point here. You want the jury to believe your testimony in this trial, right?
Yes, sir. It's
Right.
sworn testimony.
And what happened before the murder is important, agree?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying you were too high to remember what happened a few hours before the murder, right?
About
Due
this
to-
particular incident, yes, sir.
Due to consumption of marijuana and marijuana concentrate in the form of dabs, right?
Yes, sir.
And nothing in this world is going to improve your memory as to this and the statements that came before this and the statements that came after that?
I don't remember, sir.
When Dominic Johnson messaged Eric Almeninger on some real shit, was he talking about the dabs?
I don't know what Dominic was thinking at that time, sir.
Well, you actually testified about knowing which messages he sent to Almeninger in anticipation of you guys going over there. Let me ask you this, did you guys consider dabs real shit as opposed to marijuana?
I don't think that it's ever been described by that, as that,
Okay,
no.
does it give you a better high than marijuana?
Yes?
So you were high in that shed, right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you can't even summarize any discussions for us from that shed?
I wouldn't say it's for that reason. It wasn't significant at the time.
Well, we got a little bit of time. Tell us what was discussed in that shed.
I already told you, sir, I do not remember.
Nothing?
Not specifically, no.
You just remember getting high with your buddies.
Yeah, my girlfriend, yes, sir.
But that was a daily activity, so you
I-
could say that about most days in November of 2016, right?
I don't think, it wasn't that daily. I didn't have money for it. So it was just when we could get it.
So Austin already had his gun.
All
then.
right, Your Honor. You know, this has been asked and answered I don't know how many times. Because of a horrific series of events that occurred later that evening, does not necessarily mean that a person who was there later in the evening is going to remember everything that was said
Well,
before it ever
that's
happened.
cross-
That's not the event that is triggered this, memory of what took place once he was in that trailer.
I think,
Closing
Mr.
argument is.
But it's been asked and answered so many times.
I think
No.
Mr. Kalichak's
Judge-
fairly done with that,
Right.
that one line. so-
Judge, he's his primary witness. To talk about his drug consumption, I don't see how the prosecution can probe into whether he really remembers or whether he's putting it together from the discovery.
They
that
have,
was received.
over and over.
It has been fair. I think he has asked and answered it, though, at this point.
Let's talk about the gun.
Okay, he was going on to a whole line
I'm
of.
going to
other-
the gun.
I have been fair. I mean, if this was not cross-examination of Mr. Renfro, I would have jumped up after the second attempt.
But-
He's had 10, 15
Right,
attempts.
but Judge, FYI, I'm gonna ask him the same questions about the garage, the camper, the Bronco. Were you high or not? Were you drunk or not? Were you high? Because that's the classic cross-examination of a witness to see if that witness is able to perceive the events as they say they are versus just reconstructing them from some kind of transcript.
Okay,
but I-
well, proceed with your next question. And-
Austin Barrett already had the XDM with him when he was in the shed, right?
I didn't see it until in the camper.
Right, but, I mean, let's put two and two together. Like, did anybody else bring it into the camper?
Calls for speculation.
I mean, you were,
You can lay a
yeah,
foundation
I
for it.
mean, you
so.
just told the jury it was Austin's gun. When I asked you, like, how do we know that you didn't shoot David Grunwald? One of the things you brought up, this was Austin's gun, right? That's what you said.
Yes, sir, I did.
Because you had seen Austin with it before, right?
Yes, sir.
How many times have you seen him with it before?
A handful of times. He didn't always have it with him.
Just as much as you saw Almeninger with his gun?
I cannot answer that 100% to my ability, sir. I don't know. I don't know how many times I've seen him with it. It
So
wasn't a
you're
lot.
saying you don't know whether Austin had the gun in the shed?
At the time, I did not know.
He didn't pull it out in the shed?
No, sir, he
He
did
didn't
not.
wave it around?
No, sir.
Okay. But he is getting high too, right?
Yes, sir.
And Johnson's getting high too, right?
He was, sir, yes.
Right. And then you make a decision to go to Almeninger's, right, with the other buddies?
It was a last minute thing, yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Last minute, what influenced your decision to go over there with your buddies?
Dominic was kind of complaining like he didn't really know the way over there from Alyssa's house, and that it would take him a long time to get there. So, and I was waiting for Alyssa because Alyssa went back inside when her parents got home. So I was just like, well, I guess I'll just go hang out with you guys for a little bit before Alyssa's parents go to sleep. And
What
then,
time did you leave to go to Eric Elmeninger's house?
Um, 6-ish, 6:30-ish.
And what do you base that on? Do you have a watch?
No, sir.
Are you
just-
still high when you left the shed?
Yes, I was, sir.
And all of you do the high walk to Eric Elmeninger's house?
The high walk?
Yeah, you're walking while high. All of you are high and walking to his house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're not dressed, nobody's dressed for the weather, I take it, right?
No, sir.
And the plan is that we're going to get more high at Eric Elmeninger's house.
Yes, sir.
And we're also going to get drunk at his house in addition to getting more high.
Yes, sir.
That may be a good spot.
That's probably a very good spot.
Okay. All right, members of the jury, we'll recess for the day. We'll start again, be here at 8, and we'll do a full day. If you want to bring a lunch or go out to lunch, that'll be your option. But we'll do the same schedule we did today, okay?